Okay, dear participants, both online and on-site, we are so delighted to have you at this event. We do understand that this is happening on a Wednesday when many people are busy with work. And if you could find time to be here with us, we assume you've got a lot of interest in what we'll be discussing this afternoon. My name is Eric Ekembe. I'm senior lecturer in applied linguistics. I teach at the Higher Teacher Training College, Yaoundé, that's in the University of Yaoundé 1. I am coordinator of CAMELTA Research Group. CAMELTA stands for the Cameroon English Language Teacher Association. So I'm running the research activities of that structure. I'm also outreach coordinator for the ITFL Research Special Interest Group. And I do a lot of professional development activities, some with the British Council. You're all welcome to this event this afternoon. Today, amongst us, is a mix of English language education stakeholders, both from the North and the South. And as you can see from the title of the conference, we are doing a bi-directional approach to decolonizing English language education. And this conference is intended to be bi-directional in the sense that, first, from a circumstantial perspective, we will get the audience and the speakers all involved. So we start the bi-directionality right here, right now. Today, we are honored to have with us Professor Isabel Martin from the University of Education. She is chair of the Department of English of the University of Education in Karlsruhe in Germany. She's here with us on site. Professor Isabel, we are so honored to have you here with us. Our participants online are excited to hear from you. She is co-chairing this conference with Professor Daniel Kemleke. Professor Daniel Kemleke is a seasoned expert in applied linguistics and particularly doing corpus research. He is head of Department of English at the Higher Teacher Training College, Yaoundé, that's the University of Yaoundé 1. So you can see both the so-called, permit me say so-called North and South poles doing this conference, sitting on the table together and doing the bi-directionality in decolonization. Professor Kemleke, we are so delighted you're here with us this afternoon. The audience is excited you're here and waiting to hear from you.
Thank you.
And the next set of people who are piloting this event, we have CAMELTA Research Group fully represented. They will share their teacher research reports with us. And then we will have teacher trainers or teacher educators equally talk to us. And then we will be thrilled by a panel by a mixed breed of panels made up of practitioners, teacher research mentors, teacher educators, and academics with us this afternoon. And so if you saw our poster, you will notice that everything is highly structured to tell you where we're going. We will start first with the teacher research and listen to teacher research reports, hoping that we get a temperature of our classrooms in the global south, the nature of our classrooms in the global south. And then we'll move on to a teacher educator or teacher education discourse. They will be doing decoloniality, and after that, the panelists will share their reflections on what has been going on so far. Amongst us here on site are students, postgraduate and postgraduate students, practitioners, and lecturers who are happy to take part in this event. And we are so happy that everyone is involved in one way or the other. Right now, we will start with the teacher research presentations. We understand we are a few minutes late, but we will do everything possible within our reach to make sure no 1 minute is stolen from our time. So right now, we'll listen to Mercy. Mercy will start the teacher research presentation because Aita is yet to take the special mission. Mercy, are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Good afternoon.
Good.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone.
So, Mercy, you're ready?
Yes,
Mercy,
I am.
can you hold on, please? We just wanted to be sure that you're ready to kickstart. Before we do that, before you start, we just wanted to be sure that you know this is what you're doing right now. We will allow the conference chair to tell us how they see this event, where we go, how we run it, and potential outcomes. Thank you so much. Professor Isabel Martin. Oh, Professor Daniel first. Professor Daniel Kemeke first.
Okay. Thank you, Eric, for your kind introduction. I am especially privileged to welcome our colleague from Germany, Professor Isabel Martin from the University of Education, Karlsruhe. You have listed that. And then she and me will be co-chairing this event. I think I would like her to, say a little bit more about herself and her research, because it is important for our students sitting here to know about what they do. So she's come all the way from Germany, and we want to listen more to what she had before getting to the business of the day. And I think before we get to that, I also want to acknowledge the presence of our colleague on my left, Professor Justin Ajika, who is also the Inspector General of Education in the Ministry of Basic Education. But she is sitting here as a professor in the department, and I think she will also be accompanying us with her insight and observation on the issues we will be raising here. Of course, there are many other people on the panel. We'll get to know them as we go on, but I think I should also say Rebecca Dengler, who has traveled all the way from Germany with Isabel, is there on the microphone. I think, Rebecca, can you stand up for the people to see you? We are grateful for your presence here, and I hope you enjoy yourself in Cameroon. Isabel, please, yes, I think you can use the microphone, I think. Yes. Excuse me.
So hello, everybody, and thank you very much to Professor Kemeke and Dr. Eric, who invited me to this country and to your university in order to get to know the situation here a little bit better, because I'm on a so-called fact-finding mission. This is funded by the DAAD, and the funds are used to prepare new university cooperations between partners of the global North and South. If we are successful, we will fly home with a memorandum of understanding, which is signed by your president, and I take it home to my president to sign, and then we can start closer cooperation, joint research, bi-directional teaching and learning, and very importantly, mobilities for students and staff to start visiting each other and working together, teaching together, learning together. We already have 2-3 applications that were granted. At the moment, the time seems to be ripe for decolonial projects, because I am ashamed to say Germany is lagging badly behind the discourse and now catching up. And I happen to have discovered it a little bit earlier than most. So I've been in this field for 8 years, trying to decolonize my own mind, my own language, and my own teaching. I'm not here to colonize anybody else or anything else. I'm just here for myself. But in this process, when I model my decolonial interests and talk about my trajectory, I hope to find people or meet people who realize that this is an urgent question for them too. And so we engage in a new dialogue, and then the bi-directionality can start by which we learn from each other and teach each other in this process. And it's painful and it's messy, I can promise already, because there are many things to discover which one was blind to before, but is now addressing for the first time. So it's transformative. I invite anyone who's interested in this to talk to me more in an office hour next week. I'll be available in the office. And this is basically the reason why I'm here. And now maybe 3 words about myself, because Dr. CAMELTA asked me to. I'm a professor of English language and literature at the University of Education Karlsruhe in South Germany. This is half an hour's drive from the French border at the very south. I'm also the head of department, and we specialize in teacher education. So we have the best options for disseminating and multiplying what we are understanding about new ways of teaching, new necessary ways of seeing, being, and doing into many classrooms and the future generation. We cannot change the past, but we can shape the future if we take global responsibility. And this is my offer to you all. I'm also the coordinator of several other research and praxis projects. I run an academic blog that anybody who participates in this or in the future projects can write or share their experiences and decolonial trajectories with the readership. We have several million hits already. It's a big place, and maybe you want to check it out later. I don't have time for Facebook and LinkedIn, but you can find me on X, formerly Twitter, if you want to follow what I do. I have teaching experience at all levels throughout. I started teaching when I was 14 as a tutor for other children and continued to this day. So I taught primary schools, I taught peers, I taught secondary, vocational, tertiary level, and also adult level, or company members who needed to do communication abroad. It's a passion. My own language background is French. I was raised with the French language first, and then I learned German when we moved to Germany when I was 5. I learned English when I was 10, Latin when I was 12, and Russian when I was 17. And then I started studying English and Russian. And I never came to Africa, by the way, because I think I feel embarrassed going to a place where I don't speak the language and expect, or would need to expect, of the people living there to speak mine. I find this presumptuous. So I always avoided Asia and Africa, but this is a different situation, and you understand English and I understand French, so we can communicate. It may be interesting for you also to know that although I do research and run projects, I am in very close contacts with my students, and I accompany them to their teaching practice in school, in my case, primary school, because I trained as a primary teacher and have a degree for a high school degree as well. So I accompany them once a week for their so-called integrated semester practicum to observe their teaching attempts and then analyze how it went and what was good and what needs to be developed afterwards. So I'm in close contact with reality at a German school. I studied in Kiel University in the north of Germany, in Cambridge and in Moscow, because those were obviously my main topics. I was lucky to get a scholarship early on, so I had no financial worries from that day on. And once you get the first scholarship, you get the next one more easily and the next one more easily, and it all hinges on this very important first one. So I can encourage you to really, really work hard for this first application. I have run a project or several projects in Lao PDR, which is in Southeast Asia, or otherwise known as Laos, a communist Buddhist country since 2015. They had no English. They were closed off for the world, from the world after the civil war and the communist takeover. So for us, it was a very, very challenging experience and a beautiful one. And there was a point, though, when the Laos experience reached a certain limit because of the communist lines that could not be overstepped. And this is why I started looking for new partners. And I hope to have found a new partner here in this place to continue my trajectory in decoloniality with. I think one thing I should mention is when I said mobilities will follow once we have a university cooperation, there's also an ASA project, which is an opportunity for two student tandems to work together next year for 8 months on decolonizing the university. And this was already too long, so I better stop there now. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Isabel Martin. We hope that we'll come back to the topic of decoloniality and how bi-directional we can be, or what we can do in practical terms when we talk about decoloniality from a bi-directional perspective. So we move to the teacher research presentations. Mercy, are you here? Are you ready to start the presentation?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Very good. Can you see your presentation there?
Not yet. Okay, yes, I can.
Great. So can you tell us what your work is about, please?
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mercy Iwuyum, and I teach in the Far North region of Cameroon, precisely in Kuseri. And I did this investigation from my classroom based on the topic investigating how to cope with communication breakdown and language barrier in class. I'll start with the background. That my learners are in a context where there is no external stimuli to the study of English, and the local language, which is Arabic, dominates everywhere, and French is just partially spoken. So the learner's language proficiency is very low. One thing that I had as a challenge precisely in my classroom is that students find it hard to study or to understand when I teach them. Another thing is some who understand find it hard responding to questions in English. They resort to the use of French or give up trying. Another thing is some don't even see the need studying the language given the context. They say that, Madame, on va vraiment faire quoi avec l'anglais? That what are we going to do with the English we are studying? And so that got me to ask these questions, that what accounts for the inability of students to speak and respond to questions in English? What strategies can I use to build up learners' vocabulary? And what can I do to encourage students from shying away using English in the classroom? I have these objectives to investigate strategies that can encourage students to respond to questions in English, to find out ways in which students can build their vocabulary, and lastly, to find out ways in which shy students can use English in class. Regards to my methodology, I used a student population of 30 from Premier. I teach Premier and Terminal students. So I use these students for my research. And how I got my data was I used written notes from my observation, my classroom observation. I used notes from informal conversations with my colleagues. And I also did some interviews with students. And so I had these as findings. All the students said that they lacked the vocabulary to be able to communicate in English. Some others said they don't revise when they get home. They just want to come to class the next day and see the teachers. And they do not take time to think. When I ask questions, they don't take time to think or to search to have the vocabulary before they speak. Another thing that I found out is that colleagues also noticed that at the primary level, the students didn't have let me say, an English teacher. Most of their schools here lack the English teachers. So the base was not well put, and so it resulted to them just being very lukewarm toward the language. And I had this as a conclusion that some students still have the interest in studying the language, that even though many of them say, Madame, on va faire quoi avec l'anglais, or what are we going to do with the English we are studying? Some students still really have the interest, and they say, after this, I'm going to study in the University of Bamenda or Boya, where I can learn English. Another thing that I saw is that motivation, positive motivation, always helps students to speak, and insistence on the use of the English language in classroom, because sometimes they just want to be lazy. Madam, on ne sait pas comment on dit ça. We don't know how to say this. So there are times that I actually insist on them using the language, and they finally gather the vocabulary and they speak. And another strategy, or what I concluded on, was that if they build news reports, they can be able to, that's when they listen to the news, they build reports, they can be able to have, let me say, an exposure to the language. And some of the students proposed peer teaching. That's group work exercises, because it helps them to speak and they better learn from their mates. And also extracurricular exercises help them to keep working on the language. So what I finally, I started working on implementing some of the results in my classroom, and this is what I had. I started with group exercises, and I use this in my Premier classes, Premier and Terminal classes, when we're working on discussing some youth problems. In Premier, I did it, and I gave them some work, some themes in which they could exchange and then bring out an advice that they can give to a young person. And it was really difficult at the beginning. They kept telling me, Madam, we don't know how to say this, we don't know how to start. But finally they tried and they built up something. It means they could understand. It's true that they lack the vocabulary, but it pushed them to be able to speak. In Terminal, I did a listening exercise in which they had to listen to a text and work in groups, boys and girls, and they had to speak or to learn or listen to the pronunciation of some words, and they finally were able to use the language and even spell some words which was seemingly difficult. And I also used some topics of interest when I spoke about some 2 years back in in Kuseri here, there was a conflict between an intertribal conflict. And when I was teaching a lesson on, it was a writing lesson, they had to write a little paragraph. I thought I brought this issue of the conflict, the intertribal conflict, And from a class that was saying we cannot, madam, on the compound, we cannot understand anything, it was like another classroom. They were so excited and they got so involved. They used all methods of explaining what they wanted to say. Some stood up, they were explaining how someone can be killed, and they
Mercy,
just
please,
said
you have 1 minute, please.
Okay, some people strangled, and that's how they explain. I also used learning and having fun using tongue twisters. And I was surprised that the students could be able to do it. I was underestimating them, but I realized that they could do it, and we did it in the form of a rhythm or a song, and they were able to follow us, to follow me, and they were able to speak. Thank you for listening. I'll end there.
Thank you so very much, Mercy. There'll be time for you to ask Mercy questions and to appreciate what they're doing in their classrooms. We'll go straight to Faustino Obeni. Faustino is from the Democratic Republic of Congo, and he's joining us from Congo. Faustino, welcome. Can you unmute yourself, please? Faustino, if you can hear me, unmute yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Lou.
Yes, Faustino, you have only 5 minutes.
Yeah, many thanks, dear. Probably I might have some problems with it.
Faustino, can you see the slide?
Yeah.
Can you see our screen, Faustino? Can you unmute yourself? You have muted yourself. Yes.
Okay, many thanks, dear. I guess everybody probably can catch me. May I continue?
Yes, please do.
Yeah, okay, many thanks. As I said, my research concerned with how to enhance the learners' speaking skills in my school, in my classrooms. Thanks to the result that has been got on in my classroom, it has been seen that after the result, after the research, it has been discovered that I was using somehow different methods and techniques which are not probably which were not adapted to the learners' activity levels, and due to this, I took all the recommendations that they gave, and I took them as implementation in my classroom. Thanks to this, and I got this as research. I will speak about 4 elements which have been used as a result, as implementing result in my lessons, using stories, sketches and songs, as well as texts which are adapted to the environment and the classroom policies. Considering the first element, it is possible that each student was given time to use what we call here stories in his own, about his own families, and as well as the opportunity to use also stories about the governments, probably say, speaking about the governments around and local authorities with whom they are acquainted to. Apart from this, the objective was to see how far they have performed their speaking skills in the classroom. Apart from this, also I have also used the sketching debates in these topics were chosen from the students and be selected in a way of relevancy and be adapted to their level of discussion. Because here it is about what we call here in around A forms and first forms in the secondary schools, what we call here basic level. they were also encouraged to make some exercises inside the classrooms. That's how they could also perform their own debates and sketches in front of the others. Apart from this, also others were given opportunity to sing in classrooms and as well as in front of the classrooms in order to show and perform how better they have performed them. Considering the text as well, I have elaborated some texts and designed some others accordingly to the environment around, the Bukavu town. And this helped me to know how better they could also exchange and give their own ideas about the texts which were designed thanks to their own environment around. The objective was to see how they could perform themselves. As it had been said, also the class has been more active thanks to the environment with which they are accounted to. Hello? Yeah.
Yes, we can hear you, Faustino. You have
yeah,
1 minute, 30
lot.
seconds.
Apart from this, okay, many thanks. About the last point, it has been given that students could be also making some competition in the classroom because they suggest that I should also make this as a part of their learning. And it was in a kind of general knowledge about English language and English communication. Each of them should submit 5 questions and answer on them. And then I took these questions and shared them in different classes and different groups, in which I divided them into group works and pair works in a kind of class competitions. They were also obliged to answer appropriately, and the most successful groups were also thanked and congratulated with probably higher marks because of encouraging them. But in this, I remarked that they were emulated and correctly, and they were engaged in the classroom activities. As conclusion, the performing songs and debates, English club competitions, sketches, stories, notions about environment and climate change in the school as has been done, an English club has been made up according to their intentions and in order to empower and promote the English language communicative skills in the school. Still one more challenge: the management of the devoted minutes while implementing the such result in the classroom. Remember that in our classrooms we have crowded classrooms.
We're sorry, you have to conclude in 1 second.
Yeah, as I say, it has been performed thanks to the strategies that have been given and the way that the students would like this language to be learned in their classrooms. A question is now, after that my challenge, how should I now manage all these competencies and how should I manage the classes which are crowded while the learners wish also to make this more practical practice in the classroom. Many thanks to all the audience.
Okay, thank you so very much, Faustino. And today it's so exceptional that your connection was very, very stable. We've had issues joining you from Congo for the other conferences. We're happy you're making significant improvement at this level. Thank you so much for your wonderful presentation. Right now, move straight to another teacher research presentation, and this time from CAMELTA Research Group. We are going to listen to Quinta Ndeta.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for your presence. I'm Quinta Ndeta. I'm a teacher at College Yaoundé. I teach English as a second language to Anglophones and as a foreign language to Francophones. My research topic is investigating how to get learners think and write in English. My background: my learners are Francophones, learning English as a second language. They range from 9 to 16. Being in a bilingual context, they are exposed to the language and they have some relative interest in the language. But the problem is a major challenge. Why can't learners think and write in English? My learners tend to translate from French. You can easily see them or hear them say, he is just from coming. I told to my mother that these are the type of expressions they have in class. And so my question, how can I have my learners? My question is, why can't my learners think and write in English effectively? How can I make my lessons interesting and interactive to gain my learners' interest? And the methodology, we collected data using the qualitative approach. I had to negotiate with my learners on a focus group discussion in order to get what really their problems were. I also did a lot of non-participant listening, just listening to them maybe after a class or during their recreational period or after an evaluation, just listen to them talk. What are the findings from the learners? One, they switch to French because they have the ready vocabulary. They cannot build on nothing. So it's easy for them to switch to French. Though their translations may not be accurate, but at least they have something they can rely on. Also, using the English dictionary is quite challenging because the English dictionary has so many words, so many translations for one word, which makes them more confused. And it's also rather unfortunate that they need English only in the classroom. Out of the classroom, they don't use English. Back at home, their parents are francophones, so they don't use English language. Yaoundé is predominantly a French-speaking town. In taxis, in pharmacies, in supermarkets, they use French. Even Anglophones tend to express themselves in French, so it becomes very, very difficult. Then, even when they try to speak English, they don't use the language because they are so interested in the language. They want to show off to their friends that they too can express themselves in English. Then we equally have peer mockery. At times when they try to speak in English, especially in the context like my school, the Anglophones in my school ask them to stay in French. They should not mother their language. They should keep to their French. Then for evaluations, our evaluations are so long and boring. Your comprehension topics are so long and boring. And they propose that we should rather give them short essay topics. We should move into their zone of interest, ask them to write short stories, short poems, pop music, dramas, things that they are interested in. And the comprehension passages should be on music and on football, the type of things that build their interest. And now, what was my take home? I realized, no, before they take home, even one other very interesting thing, evaluation. They say we are so selfish with our masks. We are so hard on them that we kill the little English that's in them and be flexible in the manner in which we evaluate. And so what was the take-home message? We should move into the students' zone of interest and try to see how we can improve on our teaching without jeopardizing what the curriculum states. We should at least go into their zone of interest and see how far we can go. I tried it in my class, asked them to write short poems. They did it, and it was so nice. I also did the tongue twisters, tried to make them imitate the French and a pure English speaker.
Quinta, please, we're sorry, you have 1 minute to wrap up.
Yeah, and it equally worked. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Quinta. Thank you so very much. We are going to listen to the next presenter, Sandra Tilcam.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Twekam Sandra. My topic of research is investigating ways to increase learners' participation in my English language classroom. As my background, my classroom is made up of Francophone students aged between 9 and 14 years old. It's a 5e class. So all have an averagely low level in English, and therefore they do not show a great interest into learning it in class during the lessons. So the problem here is that learners tend to be inactive in class and they don't participate during interaction activities or exercises. And this makes me anxious on whether to move ahead with my lesson or to stick to their level, and it frustrates me because I don't know if the learners are actually learning or not. So the questions I ask myself: why do my students not participate? Why do they shy away from participating? What type of activity do they like most, and what material will I need to best achieve participation in my classroom? The objective of this study was therefore to find ways to increase their participation in class and to make them more active. The methodology used here was two-folded. We had one part with a questionnaire that investigated the students' interest in the lesson as it is at the moment of the research and what they find interesting in general and would like to see more in the classroom. The second aspect of the methodology was anonymous ballots, where students were given the opportunity to write on papers what they think about the English language and give their impressions. And this activity, they had the possibility to do it in French because that's the language they have more vocabulary in. And the plan of action, the results of this questionnaire revealed that as concerns participation, the great majority of the students say they don't participate because they don't know how to speak English. And then for the activities, they said they would enjoy more of reading activities, song, and even role play. 33% of my students revealed that they'd like more about technology in class and would like us to discuss sports and traditions in class also. And the results show that the students were giving activities that they will enjoy more. So the plan of action was to use explicit content in class so as to make them more interested in the lesson, use activities like role play, singing and reading, and give room for fun and competitive games in the classroom. As a result of implementing the students' proposals in the classroom, the learners were more involved in the activities like role play, and they were eager to participate. The participation levels were particularly high during these interactive activities, and students also revealed that they felt more personally involved in the lesson as their ideas and contributions were taken into consideration by the teacher. So they felt like they were the pioneers of the English language classroom. My students the results were conclusive, and my students participated more in the classroom as a result of applying the findings from my questionnaires. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Sandra, for that explicit research report. We would check if Lillian is here with us. Lillian, are you here with us? That's the next person to share the teacher research report with us. Lillian, are you here?
I can't see her, Eric. She's not in the room.
Okay. If she's not here, I think we, instead of wasting time, we'll move straight to Burama from Mali. Burama, are you here? Okay. We will use this time to share a few things regarding this teacher research, hoping that they join us. Okay, this set of teacher research reports, this is the outcome of a one-year mentoring project that Jennifer Law, who is the engine here this afternoon, and I have been working on. We have been mentoring these teachers to investigate their classrooms as one of the strategies through which we encourage the teachers to build bonds with their learners and decolonize themselves from the top-down pedagogy, the top-down training models that we give them in colleges of education. And I want to use this opportunity to say hats off to you, Jen, for being on this journey throughout the whole year. Please, I encourage everyone to give Jen a big hand of applause for what she is.
Thank you, Eric.
Yes, Jen, I also want to say that I decolonized myself working with you a lot. And that is
and vice, I was going to say vice versa, Eric. Absolutely. I think this this initiative has really enabled us to all begin to appreciate education from many, many different angles when it comes to where we are in the world and where we come from in our history and where we want to go to in the future. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thank you so very much, Jen. Right now, Jen, do we have some questions in the chat box or in the Q&A box?
I'm just having a look. I'm not seeing specific questions. Let me just have a look. There is one, I think, from Alan. He was interested to know a little bit more, I think, about Faustino's Creative English Club. He's got a Creative English Club, Faustino mentioned. If they could tell us a bit more about that.
So Faustino, can you tell us more about your Creative English Club? And for the on-site participants, please, you listen to the presentations. If you have a worry, if there's something you want to check, please feel free, move up here. We'll give you the microphone and you post your worry. Thank you. Faustino, over to you.
Okay,
Yes, Faustino,
can I go ahead?
One of the participants is interested in your Creative English Club. Can you tell us more about it? How did it go? How did it start it? And how did it work? And how did you get results out of it? Yeah. Well, looks like Faustino is frozen. It's gone. We have this quite too often. Well, if Faustino comes,
yeah, a challenge still there.
Okay.
How to manage? Yeah, how to manage? Yeah, the question was to know from my mentors and all the participants, how should I probably manage all this a crowded class while implementing these songs, sketches, stories in the crowded classes, and where each of them should also have more opportunity to speak and to prove how more is performing such activities during an English language activity. Apart from this, probably I thought, as on my behalf, I thought that these English club activities should also empower them and promote them outside the classroom, because the time devoted to the classroom teaching is really more, is not really not considerable than the time of learning the English language. Many thanks once more.
Okay, thank you so very much, Faustino. Anyone else with a worry or question for Faustino? Maybe the on-site participants. Anyone with a worry, you raise your hand, please. Okay, if there is no question, we hope that the panelists are here with us and are taking note of the presentations. Apart from your own individual reflection points, maybe you want to think of the teacher research discourse coming from different regions, the ecology of English language, and this other question: who solves what problem in the whole English language education industry. So right now we'll move to another set of presentations. This one by teacher educators and researchers. Let's get to know what they have for us as far as bi-directional decolonial options are concerned. And our first presenter this afternoon will be Professor David Kusi. Professor David Kusi, I wouldn't like to introduce him because if I start now, then I'll end tomorrow. I would like him to summarize it for me, please.
Thank you, Eric, for giving me the opportunity to do my presentation. I'm David To, Associate Professor of British Literature and Contemporary Studies here at ENS Yaoundé, and I'm also accumulating as Head of Service for Research and Cooperation in the Faculty of Arts, the University of Bamenda. Thank you very much. What I'm going to talk about is on decolonial delinking and relinking, deconstructing Western epistemology in Africa. The history of colonialism has been a brutal one, full of subjugation, marginalization, and I thought it was that we start reflecting on this at our own level. What I have as an outline for this presentation is a critical overview, decolonial delinking, delinking pedagogies, inherent biases and prejudices in the process of decolonization, active involvement, my own personal active involvement, and advocacy, which is like a conclusion. Well, the concept of decolonial delinking and relinking is a concept that is concerned with decolonizing Western epistemology in Africa's education. I focus on education, and then the decoloniality is a school of thought, if I may take it, give a historical background to this, that emerged in Latin America in the works of Aníbal Quijano, Walter Mignolo, Arturo Escobar. Of course, the process, it is, of course, the process where the oppressed, where the oppressed and the exploited of the earth maintain their defense against imperialism and coloniality. Now, the history of brutal subjugation of the indigenous population left long-lasting nefarious effects on colonized and ex-colonized population. Now, when I talk decolonialism or decoloniality, decolonial delinking, for example, is the process that seeks to sever Africa from the single perspective Western narrative on knowledge and modes of existence, for example. Now, decolonial relinking would mean relinking with or affirm and preserve our African indigenous modes of knowing and existence. These are some of the few historical issues that I found out on this. Are we there? Yes. Maybe you should be helping with the slides. Oh, all right. Okay, the argument is that there is need for decolonial and intercultural approach to education, which recognizes and values the knowledge and perspective of different African cultures and languages. Now, whether in language or literature, Kuma Ravadaivo's post method of language teaching framework is necessary. It is a framework that focuses on macro strategic framework that encourages social and cultural relevance of teaching. So the issue is, while we teach language or literature, there is always need to get back to our roots. Now, this approach requires a fundamental shift in the way we think about education, moving away from a one-size-fits-all model towards a more inclusive and contextually relevant approach. All right, decolonial delinking is also related to deconstruction, decolonial deconstruction. And on the basis of this, I brought into perspective Jacques Derrida, who focuses a lot on deconstructing binary oppositions. You know, on the basis of this, when he wrote of grammatology, we see that he's actually discussing these binary oppositions and how they can be deconstructed. I also looked at Paul Deman, exploration of relationship between language and power, emphasizing how language can be used to manipulate meaning. We also have Gayatri Spivak, we have Judith Butler. All of these, you know, have said one or two things related to decolonial delinking. And then we have Gungi wa Thiong'o's Decolonizing the Mind, okay? And the politics of language in Africa. Of course, as a process of decolonization, he favors collective social structures that break away from imperialism. Recently, I gave a keynote lecture on decolonizing colonial reflexes of subordination in Africa, particularly in the works of Tala Kashim. Of course, I tried to look at how symbiotic the oral tradition is in relation to decolonialism. And the idea is colonial structures are deeply ingrained in Africa, in our systems, so much so that it is very difficult and hard to deconstruct. And now, but then at our level, recognizing and appreciating the power of the oral tradition, for example, you know, permit us to reclaim our history, challenge dominant narratives, and forge our own path in the process of decolonization. And this is therefore the need to deconstruct Western epistemes and systems that favors what Quijano calls coloniality or power. And then delinking pedagogies. I kind of do a cursory examination of some textbooks that I use in secondary school. And I took, for example, my son's Mastering English from 1. And when I looked at it, I tried to evaluate the kind of examples that are given to the students with regard to the teaching of English. And what did I discover? If you look on my slides, what would you see? You see an apple, you see an axe, you see ant. What is even more embarrassing is that this book is written by Africans, Cameroonians, and these examples, I ask myself, how are they useful to our children? Why not teach them A as in Achu, B as in Bobolo, K as in Conchaf, D as in Dodo, E as in Ero or Egusi? Why do we bring foreign And we know that language vehiculates culture and history. No English speaker would use examples from Africa. They will hardly do that. But we take our examples from a European language that was imposed on us. You know, and this is what Ngugi wa Thiong'o is totally against. All right. Now, the other pages of the work still give more examples. If you go to page 39 of the same book, you see they are talking about a family tree, but bringing in examples from in-laws. They don't give you a family tree beginning from ancestors. They take examples from in-laws. According to them, that is how a family tree should be, which is embarrassing. And now you look at the marriage. Instead of looking at the traditional African marriage, they talk about a white wedding. This is embarrassing. This is not our reality. And this does not reflect what Kumar Vadailo is actually advocating in putting emphasis on our social and cultural realities. All right. Now, inherent biases and prejudices. Let's look at this. Coloniality and power dynamics in Africa, has been full of imperialism, okay, that controls our economy, politics, and cultural and cultures in Africa. Now, we are in the age of artificial intelligence, but then Africa is completely erased in the age of artificial intelligence. When you input information, all what you get there is Western. There is no particular African reality that you see in artificial intelligence. So we have a lot of work to do. We need to input our own realities in this dimension, in this direction. Imposition of the English language. Most of us, when you want to get a scholarship, you want to go to Britain, you are obliged to do the IELTS. That's still the continuation of it. That's imperialism. And they have imposed that on us, whether Britain, Canada, or Germany, you're obliged to read some other person's language. The question is, do they study an African language before coming to Africa? They don't do that. Now, during COVID-19 pandemic, for example, a lot of solutions were found in Africa, but they were not approved. They were hardly approved by the powers that be. The reasons, because the international organizations have not approved them. And since they are not approved, they claim that, well, they are not supposed to be made popular. It remains within us. And even in our system, it is not accepted. We look at the process of digitization, for example. Most of the corpora we have, whether in English or language, is not owned by us Africans. It is research that is carried by Westerners and is stored in their libraries abroad. This is a problem which we need to decolonize. We have to start thinking of getting our own realities. Now, active involvement. African scholars, we have to, we are obliged to create and multiply sites of knowledge. We have to get involved, and then we have to also bring in platforms for our voices to be heard, okay, in order to avoid accepting or allowing ourselves to be validated from people abroad. You are supposed to be a star or an icon in your own context. You must not be approved from the West before you are recognized back home. That is what we are talking about. And I have been actively engaged at my own level, at the level of digital humanities, where from 2018 and 2021, I was in Lagos, for example, to talk digital humanities. But the idea is to deconstruct the power metrics of centers to see how we also create our own knowledge, platforms of knowledge with our own digitalization. All right. And then it was the same experience in the Netherlands and in Canada and recently in Cameroon. Well, this is in 2002. That's the last one I attended in digital humanities. Even in scientific publications, most often with our journals, scholars here think that it is publishing abroad that makes their works valid. No, this is not true. It is because we don't value our own journals. We are supposed to make our own journals, publish in them, and it is an advocacy And I have succeeded in establishing a website for a journal publication at the University of Bamenda, which is international. It has contributed a lot in the progress of colleagues there in the faculty. And then digital pedagogy, of course, I've been involved in digital pedagogy since 2015. The issue is all the platforms we are using, do they have some African data in it? Do they have the African experience? It is no. But we have to come in with our own input. We have to bring our own input and make it to reflect our reality. We succeeded in 2020 to build a MOOC course on basic linguistic elements. Of course, here we emphasize a lot on bringing in local realities. And then we did one workshop recently in 2023 to facilitate the acquisition of digital tools and how they can help empower researchers in text mining, for example. And that is what we have been doing in terms of involvement. Projects. We also have a project of advancing digital pedagogy across Cameroon's universities. You know, because we are not able to realize this, we notice that it is not only our problem, it is the issue of capacity building. Teachers don't have the prerequisite knowledge to go about this. And we think that our involvement and capacity building at their level can help to improve the situation. Right, I will end by saying that epistemic diversity is the recognition that knowledge is diverse, bi-directional, and we have to engage in the demystification of the system of coloniality. Epistemic polycentricity admits the knowledge that knowledge is multi-centered, and that is what we are talking about, and that it accentuates the existence of multiple knowledge sites that are as valid and legitimate as those in or from the West. And colonial delinking, therefore, and relinking is urgent and needs active involvement in the process of decolonization. And besides this, we have to engage in concrete critical thinking in order to overcome the challenges of decoloniality and coloniality. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Professor David Kosi too. There will be time for both the online audience and the on-site audience to ask questions. Jennifer, I want to check with you if you are getting some questions in the Q&A box or in the chat box, please. So we can put the questions together to the speakers when this set ends.
Yeah. No, I haven't any questions from this what we've just heard now, but yes, anybody that would like to ask a question, please put it in the chat box so I can then pass that forward. So I'm keeping an eye on it, but no questions just at this very moment.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Lots of thank yous to David, to Dr. Professor. Thank you from Dr. Mansour. Thank you from Graham Hall. Says, thank you, David, very interesting with much to think about. Yeah, definitely lots to think about. Anna Garcia says, thought-provoking. So lots of feedback coming in at the moment, not a question as such.
Excellent. Okay, so we'll move to the next presenter, Professor Yvonne Ngwa. A lot of caps on her head, which I can start enumerating, but like Professor David did, Professor Kusi did, please can you tell us a little bit about yourself and then more of decolonizing ELT towards a paradigm shift in teaching, speaking to other learners of English. Professor Yvonne Kanangwa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Can you get me?
Yeah, we can hear you 5 on 5.
Okay, thank you very much. I am Yvonne Eden Kanangwa, as Eric initially stated. I am a specialist in literature and contemporary studies. I am a lecturer at the University of Yaoundé, that is a higher teacher training college of Yaoundé. But presently, I am appointed at the University of Betua, where I am the departmental chair of the Department of English and Creative Writing. I have a passion in teacher training, having been a secondary school teacher myself at a given time. And therefore, I have always had methodology courses in the teaching of literature, the teaching of English language. And therefore, what I am sharing is part of my experience as a teacher of ESL, EFL teaching. My presentation is therefore titled Decolonizing ELT Towards a Paradigm Shift in Teaching Speaking to Other Learners of English. Why do we talk of the need to decolonize at all? According to Bill Ashcroft, Gareth Griffith, and Helen Tiffin, decolonization is the process of revealing and dismantling colonialist power in all its forms. And this includes dismantling the hidden aspects of those institutional and cultural forces that have maintained colonialist power, even after political independence. In other words, we are saying that apart from the physical presence of the colonial master at a given point in time, there are certain institutionalized forms that have remained as vestiges that continue to kind of hold the former colonized subordinate. And it so happens that in English, same as in literature, there is we have those vestiges, and that is what we are concerned about in this talk. Now, the American Heritage Dictionary defines a paradigm as something that serves as a pattern or a model. We take it simply, and a shift as a way of changing position, direction, place, or form. Therefore, when we talk of decolonizing ELT towards a paradigm shift, we are simply saying that we, on the basis of some research conducted after observation, after the issuing of questionnaires, we are of the opinion that there is the need for a change in the model of teaching the speaking skill. As I said a moment ago, literature, just like language, inherently carries some imprints of colonialism. Terry Eagleton, to this effect, quoting a British colonial official by name Charles Trevelyan, said that the latter, observing the good work that was being done through the English literature books on program, noted that Indians, because this happens in India, he said the Indians daily converse with the best and wisest Englishmen through the medium of their works, and thus form ideas and perhaps even higher ideas of their nation, that is Britain, than if their intercourse with it were of a personal kind. I'm quoting from Between and Within, that is by Ako, 2003, page 5. So in other words, the literary text in itself is bearer of the culture, bearer of the worldview, bearer of the way of being of the colonial master. Thus, we don't need the colonial master to be present there for some kind of subordination to take place. Now, André-Marie Manga reiterates the idea as a specialist in foreign languages when he says that in the foreign language, via exchanges in foreign languages, we have not only communication at the level of language, but equally, it is a way of life, it's a way of behaving, it's a way of thinking that is also being communicated. I translated, that's my translation, taken from Cameroun de l'éducation à l'émergence, published in 2016, pages 20 to 21. More interestingly, and most interestingly, because it directly bears on what I'm talking about, we have the poem written by the Korean American by name Moo Min Kim, titled Into Such Assembly, where Kim is presenting a situation where a Korean American student is in class and the Anglo-American teacher is teaching them how to pronounce the word the, and gets them to actually put their tongue where they ought to. And this student considers this as being a form of torture. Now, if you have had to do English speech and usage, you have had to do phonology with Professor Simo Bobda, some of us did. You know, he will tell you that in some communities, the people don't have the natural propensity to produce certain sounds. And definitely that is why today you're going to find that it's very, very much more easier for the Cameroonian to say first instead of saying first, to say heart instead of saying heart when talking of their hearts, and so on and so forth. So we see that through those nuances, there are things that are being communicated. The variety of pronunciation produced in itself is communicative of a certain cultural belonging, of a certain nationality, and of a certain space. Now, I just want to say that this definitely has been the case in the teaching of speaking, you know, in the past for quite some time, the practice of the teaching of speaking. In that, generally, in order to teach speaking, teachers would, you know, use reference books like dictionaries, drill themselves in the received pronunciation, and then they are going to use minimal pairs, they use dialogues, they use sound drills, they use a variety of exercises to correct, let's say, substandard or deviant pronunciation forms in their learners. What's the effect of this? You know, the effect of this is that yes, speaking, the teaching of speaking suddenly becomes a bearer of an ideology, and that ideology is that RP is the standard, and so by implication, everything else that is not RP is substandard. So we have the binary superior, inferior, standard, substandard, and center and periphery. And so automatically, this affects the very concept of global citizenship. Because if we want to talk of being a global citizen, a global world in which global citizenship, we talk of some kind of equality, equal consideration, you know, all cultures are valorized, you know. With this procedure in the teaching of speaking, we realize that inequalities automatically smuggle themselves in. And as they do, there is a kind of consolidation of the global North-South divide. Now, the research problem, what triggered our interest in checking this is that over the years, we have realized that our students at the Higher Teacher Training College of the University of Betua portray reluctance in the teaching of speaking. And we have noticed that this has been the case in class, where we have our lessons, methodology lessons, and we have practice sessions. And even when they go out for teaching practice, it's the same thing. Both the teacher trainees and the teacher trainers have a problem teaching speaking or doing any form of speech work. Meanwhile, the study of the textbook shows us that, in effect, they are supposed to teaching at a frequency of about once a week. The textbook deliberately, you know, Mastering English Students Book 3, deliberately to identify sounds that need to be taught, you know, on a weekly basis. Yeah, there is this reluctance. And as a result of that, we came up with 2 research questions that we sought to investigate. The first, why do student teachers of the Higher Teacher Training College of the University of Betua feel reluctant to teach speaking or to do any kind of speech work during ESL, EFL lessons? Secondly, what can be done to get them to shed off that reluctance, given the importance of speaking in language use? In order, therefore, to find answers to this, having proceeded with our observation, we came up with a questionnaire. We also want to say that apart from observing our teachers during our sessions in class, observing them during teaching practice, equally taking note of the very reluctance in the teacher trainers who are supposed to kind of guide them during teaching practice. We also sought to find out how valid is the claim that there is an existing literature on Cameroon English pronunciation features. And of course, we saw that literature, existing literature abounds on that. You have Augustine Simo Bobda. You could find that in Mestre 2008. We have Jean-Paul Kwega 2013. We have Ike Fonyo 2014, and so on and so forth. And sometimes you even see, as is the case with Fonyo, there's even an attempt to see whether there are some variations and what is actually established as standard. We also, before proceeding, want to acknowledge the fact that though we are talking of decolonizing ELT and we are talking about the specific case of the teaching of speaking, we do want to acknowledge the fact that much has been done, but we are striving for better things to do. Today we have textbooks that are written by Egbe et al., which was not the case in the past. Even the consonants of the textbook writers were always from the other side, that is from the global north. Now, our questionnaire was subdivided into two. The first subsection sought to establish the characteristics of our population. The population is a sample of 15 students, because that is all the students we do have in levels 3 and level 5, 7 in level 3, 8 in level 5. All of them are female students, and they have had the experience they have had for level 3 is that they've gone out for internship, a kind of immersion program. For level 5, most of them proceeded from undergraduate, so they had 3 months and a half of teaching practice out there. In addition to that, we want to say that 3 of them are actually teachers on the field, because they are private candidates, and these candidates are sent to us from private schools, so they already teach in private schools. And while 2 of them have 1 to 5 years of experience, one does have between 5 to 10 years of experience. So this was our sample population. Now, the questionnaire, the second subsection, comprised closed-ended and semi-closed-ended questions that bore on the student teachers' reluctance to teach speaking, and what can actually be done to get them to develop enthusiasm to teach. Now, when we get to our data analysis and interpretation after administering these questionnaires, we realized that out of our 15 student teachers, 8 of them identified speaking as the skill they least love to teach. That's a percentage of 53.33%. 4 out of the 15 identified listening, 26.67%. 2 out of them identified reading as being the least loved skill, and 1 out of 15 identified writing. And so we have 13.33% and 6.67% respectively. Now, interestingly, although we had not expected some to come up with listening, ones came up with listening, they do give the same reason why they are hesitant to teach listening. In reading the listening comprehension passage,
they are supposed to model pronunciation. And so they too have problems at the level of the production of the right sounds, following RP standards, the right stress patterns, and the intonation, and so on and so forth. So they variously expressed their problem with this production of English or words according to RP standards in these words. Some said, I don't like teaching speaking because
I am afraid of pronouncing words poorly. That is meaning they will not be able to conform to RP standards. Some said students look up to me as model when I have to read the listening comprehension text, but I can't always get the pronunciation of the words right. So I feel bad about it. So I don't feel enthusiastic about teaching it. Another one said, English language is not my vernacular. In other words, she can't be expected to speak the language like a native speaker. So yeah, we have, from a point of view of imaging, we have the representation of the percentages we got. You have the graph and you have the other figure there. Now, all of these students, even those that said their problem is rather reading, their problem is writing, those 3 others, and the 12 others actually identified inaccurate pronunciation of words, wrong stress patterns, intonations, wrong intonation as the problems that they face in the oral production of English. And 13 out of the 15 actually said that they sometimes do use sound drills, dictation exercises, dramatization of dialogues as activities when they have to teach speaking or do some speech work with their students in class. 2 of them said they never do. The frequency at which the 13 out of 15 did carry out this speech work was every 2 weeks and sometimes even once per month. So you can agree with me that given the central place of speaking in language use, that is quite alarming. And therefore, we immediately asked ourselves, what could be the solution to this? When we asked that question in the questionnaires that we gave to our learners, to our population, they said they will be more motivated to teach speaking or listening if they are not required to pronounce according to RP standards. If they could be allowed to, pronounce words following the Cameroonian standard of English, which is much more natural production with them. On the basis of these findings, therefore, it is clear that the institutionalization of RP as the standard pronunciation in the teaching of speaking, the teaching of listening to other learners of English poses as a form of colonization that discourages our future student teachers. And I'm sure by extension, many others, because it's not just a problem of these 15, I use these 15 to verify something, that are non-native speakers of English from the teaching of the speaking skill. Decolonizing ELT in this area, therefore, by using the Cameroon English pronunciation standard during speaking lessons, motivates these student teachers to teach the skill. In effect, I proceeded, to encourage them to use the Cameroon English standard during the teaching, our practice sessions in English 331, that is micro and macro teaching for level 3, and in English 531, which is English language and literature teaching for level 5. And I saw that there was a kind of boost in enthusiasm. And therefore, that is why I would like to recommend a paradigm, a deliberate, a consistent paradigm shift in the teaching of speaking. Thank you very much for your kind and your keen attention.
Thank you so very much, Yvonne. We are thankful for your time management. You took just an extra minute of our time, and so maybe we'll find a way to recover that 1 minute from you some other time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you very much. Sorry about that.
Move straight to the next Yeah, we are not going to take questions now. We're sorry. There'll be time for questions. We'll get all the presentations and then we get questions. That is as part of the audience's interaction with us. So the
Okay,
next presenter
Eric,
is
Eric, sorry, can I?
Yes.
Hello, Eric.
Yes, Yvonne.
Yes, it's
Yes,
just to
we
say
can
that
hear you, Yvonne.
I showed you a program to say I am in an official kind of stuff now. Hello. Did you see it? So I just zoomed in.
Yes, Yvonne, we'll get back to you. Yvonne,
Yes.
Yvonne, I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you. Any questions arising from your presentation, we'll forward them to you, even if you get out of the room. If you can get out of the meeting room, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So yes, we'll listen to Dr. Eric Maiwong. Yeah, you have the floor, Dr. Maiwong.
Okay, I'm Dr. Maiwong Eric Zayele. That's the order of name, Dr. Maiwong Eric Zayele. But when it comes to English now, we reverse it. Okay, 15 minutes. In the English, we reverse it. I put it Dr. Eric Zayele Maiwong. It's not Maiwong, it's Maiwong. And it's Zayele, what can we do? So I'm a pragmatic person. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, I'm a pragmatic person, so I'll not talk about decolonizing English by doing the opposite. So I'll decolonize it, even in the way I'm going to present. So I'll not left out deliberately. Cameroon is a complex country with complex in terms of colonial history, because they have up to 3 colonial masters, starting from 1884 up to 1961. It's not easy, and a lot of negative effects. And this period of colonization has a lot of negative effects on us. It was a period of brainwashing for most of us, then making us to feel that we are inferior, that we have nothing to offer. Even when it comes to knowledge, that knowledge can only come from the West. And I dismiss that, that hypothesis. So I stand for the fact that knowledge is geographical, contextual. And before colonization, we had knowledge. And that's why I went back to, the Proverbs. Proverbs that were used about environmental degradation before colonization. Initially, I had 32, 7 more, making 39 proverbs. The 7 that I added, the last 7 are purely on degradation. You know, my topic is understanding environmental degradation through African proverbs. And I use my own native language because I'm somebody who is literate in my native language. I speak, I read, and I write. I tell my students when I get to class the first day, when you are introducing yourself, they are here, they can testify. You need to tell me if you can speak your native language, you can read, you can write. If you cannot, then you are illiterate. I'm illiterate. Because you can language without being your own language. It is not okay. And that's the issue, that's the decision. I'm trying to decolonize them, that they should not think that their language is not rich. And I used to tell them that their language is very rich. If they know their language, they will learn a lot from their language and they will have a lot to give. When you just learn a foreign language without the basic knowledge in your own language,
You don't even know your environment. You don't know your culture. It's difficult for you to have knowledge. You only end up having a certificate with empty head. Because the knowledge you acquire from outside is irrelevant to your environment. That's why I call empty head, right? What you have is not relevant to your environment, so you cannot help your own people. So you are empty head. Okay, those who cannot speak Lamso, you learn to speak Lamso today. So I'll just take few of them. Maybe I'll take randomly, but let us take chronologically a bit. From there, we'll jump to the last ones. So we'll not read all the 39 proverbs. So when you look at the proverbs, I've translated them. I've given you the denotative meaning, and I've given you the connotative meaning and the human value or attitude towards that. So when you look at the first one, it says, Aram, Mobo. So the translation is there. I will not be reading. Then the connotative, that's where I'm interested. I'm interested in the connotative meaning. It says to flourish greatly. Okay. When you look at the attitude for human value is what? Progress. The second one is Fuate, Mondra. Then the third one is Fokfanyam Ashelong. Fokfanyam Ashelong. So when you look at the connotative meaning, is to make a mockery of your former factor, which is what? Gratitude. So when you look at the fourth one, 14 virungve, it's 14 virungve. So when you look at the connotative, it tells you that is what? To foolishly deprive yourself of what you were still to gain by misbehaving. So when you look at the human attitude, is what? Ingratitude, lack of manners. So these proverbs, they are actually, or they are framed based on environment, which shows that they master their environment very well. Then when you look at the connotative meaning, it goes beyond that. And this is also to tell you that language cannot be separated from environment, and language cannot be separated from culture. Knowledge cannot also be separated from environment, and it cannot be separated from culture. They are related and they are linked. So you cannot learn knowledge abstract or from abstract. It must be the experience around, maybe the cultural experiences, the environmental experiences, and so on. Okay, when you look at number 6, you have for sure kidam ituisem. This is about replacing a barula with a barula, replacing a barula with a barula, and which shows what? Lack of discernment. Okay, let me end here and we move to the last 7. Just move to the next page. Go to 32, or maybe let me say 33, from 33. You can get them and read since I've translated them. Okay, 33 says what? Ngasum wo. Okay, 33 says ngasum wo ban tongji kung le sum awombo tongji kung sensum. This about the degradation. We say that what? Connotative says soil erosion does damage to every farmer. The one farming on the hill loses topsoil that is fertile, while the one on plain, the one on plain has all his crops buried by the eroded flood. So there is cautioning you that when you are farming there, you need to be very careful. There are ways of preventing the erosion. Okay, number 34 says, number 34 says, abar tangwa iwaive ikigin iwuboy fokmbung kenyamfon. So look at the connotative. It says, when you ignore the advice of people specialized in caring for the environment and do things your own way, do not blame when your actions backfire negatively on you. Let's go to the ones let us go to number 38. We don't have time to be reading all. We have just 39 minutes. We have just 10, they gave us just 10 minutes. 38 says, we're mon jume tondrov bo we tesi mangong kirev. Connotative meaning says what? An act of abuse on the environment will result, this should be one act of abuse on environment will result in the suffering of many. That's the consequences of environmental degradation. 39 says, wirwowu nirwa kun kang kov kukfer adre virim veshuivi. Which means what? When you want to benefit from, I'm giving now the connotative because ma is hive. When you want to benefit from nature and at the same time you are destroying it, then you are not different from a witch. So that is wickedness. That's a human attitude. So I'm sorry, I have to run over it like this because of time. 10 minutes too small. Then when you look at all these 39 proverbs that I've given, you discover that they are proving to us that knowledge about environment is not a Western concept. These were proverbs that were there before colonization, before the 1884, before the German came. And let me emphasize, these people that have taken their proverbs, they are called so, not banso. That bar was added by the colonial master, the German. So they are known as so, and they stand on that. If you read all their literatures, they talk about so as a people, so as a land, and their language is so. So means so language. Lam is language. Lam is language, and so are the people. So all these proverbs are a clear proof to you that knowledge is not imported. Knowledge is contextual. The West, they are bringing the concept of environmental degradation now. We were already aware and we were living it. We were preventing it. We were conscious about it before colonization, which means that knowledge is contextual, is geographical. That's what I'm trying to emphasize. Then again, I also want to emphasize that when we have environmental degradation, the communicative value or the communicative capacity of a language disappear, because language will be irrelevant, will no more have meaning, will no more be relevant to those who are using it, because those things that they are using, they are no more there. That's why language, environment, knowledge, and nature, they are together, and we must make good use of them and prevent them from degradation. Once environment is affected, it affects all. It affects the culture, it affects the language, and it affects the knowledge. Is there anybody who can tell me that he or she has knowledge
from the air. The language we are learning, English language, is based on culture, English culture, their environment. True or false? True or false? How can you coin words on things that you don't know? They don't exist. You have never seen, you have never think of. So that's my stand. From today, forget about everything thinking about knowledge coming from the West. It is not true. Use your environment to learn. Use your language, use your culture to learn. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maiwong. Eric, please, you write down your questions, because there'll be time for you to ask these questions to the presenters. The next presenter we have now is Professor Eleanor Darcy. Professor Eleanor Darcy, please, you have the floor.
Thank you for this opportunity to tell this audience something about dismantling power structures in a literature classroom. Alternative readings of religion in Francis Atte's Seed of Thorns. Unlike my colleagues, my approach is going to be practical. How do we get our learners, to free themselves from certain concepts that have held them captive? Many of us here, or many of you in the audience, are student teachers, and from here you'll be expected to go teach, in secondary and high school. Now, the reason for which I chose religion is because many Africans have been prone to thinking that God is a solution to many of our problems. Say is that it is not altogether true. As a background, we understand that religion tool used by the colonialists to capture and dominate the mindsets of the colonized peoples. It was some kind of brainwashing. And that, of course, still holds even to this day. It's all about power relations. All about power relations. Mm-hmm. And of course, their intentions were really malicious. They didn't have any good intentions. And so, because of that, I think the critic Walter Mignoli says that to be able to stand as Africans, need to decolonize. And according to him, decoloniality means to detach ourselves from all structures of knowledge and to engage in a reconstitution of ways of thinking, ways of language, ways of life, and ways of being. So I'll go ahead to maybe list some of the strategies that can be used in achieving decoloniality. The first is centralizing mini narratives as opposed to meta narratives in the production of knowledge. Now, it is from this premise that I use Francis Atte's Seed of Thorns. Francis Atte is a Cameroonian, and he writes Seed of Thorns about his Cameroonian society. But in the colonial days, many of us were expected to read literature that came from the West, which literature carried the culture of the West. So we didn't get to know about our own cultures from our own writers. We instead had to learn the cultures, the colonizing people. So that is why I use this text, which of course moves away from the dominant ideologies, which are characteristic of grand narratives. Second strategy, critique of dominant systems of power in which case I use religion. Like I explained a while ago, religion was used to brainwash the Africans to give up maybe their cultures, to give up their identities, to give up themselves in favor of westernized forms of thinking. The third strategy is a restoration of indigenous knowledge and cultural values. Of course, we're going to be seeing that in a while. And then placing Africa at the center of knowledge, strengthening local knowledge, fostering a sense of place and culture. That we'll see in a while. And a narration of experiences that will, and of course, most especially bringing every way to teach this novel. I'll be teaching it to high school students who are already prone to literature and who are already beginning to develop critical thinking abilities. And of course, with this, learners are expected through literature to engage in the process of learning. So through literature, learners learn, and they also come into contact with other cultures. They can be able to know the differences between cultures and know which one to hang on. And that means that literature, you know, is being taught as a process. It does not only entail memorizing the elements, what this character does, or the character trait of this, what's the author style, what are the themes, and so on. And it does not only end at that. It entails a full engagement with the text so that learners can make sense out of it. So what we'll be doing is, I picked out some excerpts from the text. We will engage in a kind of discussion, like the learners will read the text, will ask sample questions based on literature, in any case, how literature is being taught. And then, of course, we'll make our analysis. Okay, so we have the first excerpt. Now, a brief background of the story. The story tells, the novel tells the story of a priest from the Comland, you know, who is sent to go and convert his people into Christianity. And when he gets home, he realizes that it's going to be difficult if he does not engage in the process of enculturation and acculturation. And with that, the College of Bishops think that is going against the principles of the Roman Catholic Church. And so they convoke him. And before they convoke him, you know, he has decided to baptize people to convert them into Christianity. And during baptism, he does not think that people have to change their names. He does not encourage them to take new names, that is biblical names or Christian names or whatever they are called. And that excerpt shows that. So the first question we'll be asking is, how did the white men who first preached in England show bias and superiority complex? So the expected answer is by insisting that everyone gets baptized, everyone who gets baptized should take a Christian name. And now, what does that mean when he says that conversion is not in a name that bore little or no meaning to the taker? We have an expected answer, which says that Christian names belong to another culture, and sometimes we do not know their meanings, whereas our local African names can identify us with our cultural origins and have meanings linked to God, concepts like peace, love, truth, and even a general worldview. Now, in my native Meta language, the ruling family is called Mbabit. Mbabit means warlord, which definitely implies before settling where they are today, they had to fight many wars and conquer. Now, there is also this name, Dilamonyoy in Lamso, which means who is like God. Now, that has a philosophical undertone. And again, it tells us that Africans knew about the concept of the supreme even before the coming of Christianity. So it is not from them that Africans heard about the word God or the supreme being for the first time. It is just a matter of appellation. Now, going to my colleague who just said his name is Zayele, it also has a philosophical undertone. Now, Zayele, what can we do? You know, in situations where we are overwhelmed, we begin to ask such questions, and these questions are philosophical. Now, what role does Father Ndong play in the excerpt? You know, he plays the role of African values, though he is an ordained preacher of the Roman Catholic Church. Now, my critique, what students are expected to know, you know, after coming into contact with this excerpt. In as much as converts are expected to take new Christian names, and these names that they take are often linked with saints. Saints are people who did wonderful and memorable, or who led wonderful and memorable lives on earth. So too do Africans who name their children after events, after ancestors, and after people who also led good and memorable lives. So what do we get from here? Our local names are very much important, more important than the biblical names we take. Because most often we don't even know the meanings of those names. We know the meanings of our own names. And these days in the post-colonial dispensation, people are encouraged, or writers have set the pace. Let me begin. Writers have set the pace, you know, and have dropped their biblical names. Now we have famous names like Chinua Achebe. Now we all know him as Chinua Achebe, but he is actually born Albert Chino Mulogu Achebe. Nobody knows of the name Albert on the literary scene. We know him simply as Chinua Achebe. Now, the same thing with Bole Botake. He was born Bole Lazarus Botake, but we simply know him as Bole Botake. A famous movie was born James Thiongo Ngugi, and we can cite many of them. So as our learners grow up, they should begin to inculcate this. They should begin to decolonize their minds and understand that a name has nothing to do with one's spirituality. It is your relationship with the Supreme Being. If you believe in that Supreme Being, that matters. A name cannot take you to heaven, heaven in quotes, if there is a heaven. And a name definitely cannot also take you to hell. A name cannot guarantee your future. It cannot guarantee your spirituality. It just cannot guarantee anything about you. So we move to the next excerpt. Now, this has to do with the practices in the Roman Catholic Church, talking about the use of mass wine. Mass wine, I'll just briefly, since I have to be stopped, just briefly explain how it works. Now, mass wine comes from Europe, you know, and that helps to boost the European economy. What Father Ndong does is he replaces mass wine with traditional palm wine. And when he's asked why he does that, he says he does not see any difference between mass wine and traditional palm wine, because it is the prayers that go with the wine that actually makes it holy and not the source of the wine. And that is why he continues to serve palm wine in church instead of regular mass wine. So for time constraints, I'll just conclude. Now, what we are trying to say is that Africans, if they must follow Christianity, should develop a kind of Christianity that agrees with their traditional beliefs. And I'll quote from Paul Gifford, who says, Africans must reverse their situation by rediscovering their culture and standing tall as Africans. African Christians too must discover a form of Christianity that enables them to be Africans, setting aside all the accidents that came with Western missionaries. Now, at the end of the novel, Father Ndong sets up the indigenous Church of God, where he says God will be worshipped with the ways of our ancestors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Das. We'll move straight to the next presenter, Professor Divine Neba.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think the coordinator has already given my name, so there is no need repeating the name again. We move directly into the presentation, which is on the decoloniality without deconnection. The title of my paper would have ended just decoloniality column using representational material in ESL classroom. But I had to bring in the concept of without deconnection, which I think somebody has corrected me by putting a hyphen there, which is good. It's not yet on the board. It will come on the board in a moment from now. And why did I want to begin with the topic. You know, the whole process of decoloniality is full of humiliation from different directions. Humiliation from the whites, humiliation from the blacks, and recognition. So there is a two-way issue. There is that is, you are either humiliated at the beginning or humiliated at the end or within the process. I was just discussing with Isabel, and when one of the presenter finished presenting, Isabel said, "So should I go me back?" I say this is part of the humiliation in the process of decolonization. And if you really want to believe in the whole concept of decoloniality, you must be some sort of a shock absorber to understand that leaving the position of a master and then suddenly seeing the slave standing up to tell you that I can equally be my own master, you need to be humble in order to accept the slave. And okay, thank you. You need to be humble to actually accept the slave. I want to thank also Professor David Kusi for giving the theoretical background to my own paper. I think I don't need to go much into the theory because he gave a whole critical overview, and also Yvonne equally entered into the theoretical background, which is not here. But there is just one thing maybe I want to add here. No, go back to the first this thing, which I want to point out. Those pictures are disturbing me. Good. Which is the fact that the decoloniality takes into consideration two things. It is a theoretical frame and a political project. Even if whether it is theoretical or political, the end is the same. Because if you look at the theoretical perspective, you realize that it takes into consideration the systemic nature in which oppressive policies affects the lives of what? Formerly colonized. Unlike a political project, you realize that it is actually dismantling lingering structures. We don't want to call them existing structures again, because they are lingering, because very soon they are going to leave. And so we see them lingering, and in order to dislodge them, there is a project. It becomes now a project which needs to take place. You can move ahead. Yes, and so what does the whole venture encompasses? As I've just said, it challenges and dismantles the lingering structures, the systems, the ideologies that continue to do what? To perpetrate colonial domination. Simply put, it restores the voice. Whose voice are we talking about? The voice of the voiceless. Because very soon I'm going to join Darcy, who used practical example to actually exemplify, because I believe that this text should be carried into the classroom, and also to restore or center knowledge. What do we mean here by centering knowledge? It is not like taking the knowledge of the colonized and making it to be at the center of the whole world. No, that's not it. It is making it their own center, making it their own center. And if they make it their own center, make their own knowledge, their own voice at the center, then others will want to see exactly what is happening. But when you don't centralize your voice, when you don't centralize your own knowledge, and you keep looking at the periphery looking at the other centers and admiring the other centers, at the end of the day, you might not have your voice heard anywhere. And why should we carry it into the ESL or EFL classroom? We need to carry it there because actually most EFL and ESL classrooms constitute what? The colonized groups. And to a greater extent, the language which is taught in most, if you listen to the first presenters, most of the presenters, the language taught there is usually what? Referential. It's referential language. But what we intend to do from the title of my paper is to see how we can start bringing, it has started, it's not really a new project, but especially in EFL and ESL classes, more language, they still continue to use only what? Referential language. And that's why in Cameroon, if you count the number of pedagogic seminars that take place in Cameroon, if there are 100 of them, approximately will constitute, they will not introduce representational language. Go everywhere, is you just see they don't bring in literary material, which is actually representational. Why do we need to bring in the representational language? Because the referential language limits itself to the 4 skills. And that's why everywhere, most teachers complete and they don't think that there is another skill. And this skill which the representational language introduces is the thinking skills. And the thinking skills can actually really come in from a literary material brought into the class, not maybe to ask questions, the WH questions, which are peculiar when it comes to reading comprehension, so many things of that nature, but two, as I said there, if you see the benefits, one is to introduce the fifth skill, which is necessary for whosoever wants to decolonize itself. You don't just need to discover things, but you need to locate meaning wherever you go. And it also makes us to understand that decolonial language representations also do what? Challenges Eurocentric bias in knowledge production and what? Dissemination, and exposes learners to decolonize approaches in language learning. The process there's some word there, of thinking makes learners to do what? To recognize that the decolonized language advocates not only for recognition and inclusion, but also embraces plurality of voices and ways of knowing. It also introduces revitalizations of initiative and inclusion of indigenous education and public spaces. It sets space for the exploration of digital technology. I'm going to talk about digital technology at the end here, because towards the end, if there will be time, I will just mention what I mean there, and the sharing of knowledge. Over Over centuries, the world have been fed exclusively what? With colonial discourses. And if we need to do anything to share the knowledge, it means we need now to introduce the other side of what? The discourse. And this can be done by integrating, as we said, the voice. We first of all recognize our voices, maybe through our literature, through our proverbs, through our mythology. Because if you go anywhere today, you realize that children in secondary school, they sing only of what? Western heroes, and African heroes are never known. So, as I said, if you bring it into a classroom, I have brought in 4 books and 4 excerpts, but because they are signaling issue of time, I am going to touch maybe only 1 or 2, but I'm going to review the order. The excerpts are not inside there. Good. I will begin with an old excerpt, which many of you know, and that excerpt is an excerpt taken from a British writer. Let's begin with a discourse. And after the discourse, we are going on to enter into some sort of anti-discourse and see how the process is. I said at the beginning that there is humiliation in the whole process. When you read Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, the first thing is that what? You identify the white man who comes in and expresses his superiority and show and talk about the good days in England when they find themselves in this land, which they describe as an incomprehensible frenzy. And even from the title of the text, you could understand that there's a certain pride in them that they see their own culture as being highly superior. If we move from there into a second text, it's not moving. If we move there into a second text, I want to follow the order. Good. Yes, the second text, that is the old man and the medal. This is an encounter now between, that is the colonial process, because the first one is just an adventure of the white man into the land. The second text now takes us, and that is where in the first text, the white man is proud. In the second text, and the white man is proud and the black man is humiliated, because inside Heart of Darkness, they said the people, whether they were clapping, whether they were murmuring, for them, it was not a language. They hadn't a language. Okay, these are the people already in the colonial process in Ferdinand Oyono's Old Man and the Medal. And who is shocked? After Mecca has given everything of his to the white man, and the white man has given him the impression that he is going to make a friend with him, the whole village celebrates. But at the end, when he goes to collect the medal, which will be like a symbol of making him a great man like the white man, drinking with the white man, when all the villagers are waiting behind, he is shocked because he thought they were going to clothe him with medal. That's the first thing. Secondly, during the day of the medal giving, he himself suffers under the scorching sun while waiting for Pipiniaki, the white man who was supposed to receive a medal with him. It ends up in a conference hall where they are stuffed with alcohol, all the blacks stuffed with alcohol, and he goes home without a medal. That is not all, going home without a medal. In one of the pages, you see him going home, he is nodding his head and saying, the white man, the white man, the white man. It means there's so at the level of recognition begins. And if you go now into the white man of God, you realize that there is this priest, the priest who the white man feels that they have successfully convinced him to become their best, there's the catechist, the best person, par Mathieu. And shockingly, Pa Mathieu has understood the white man a bit. And that's why each time he comes to church, he goes him to his sacred house. And he was one of the leaders inside there and the carrier of the Kibaranko mask, a mask that symbolizes so many things in the village. And the priest wanted to prove this superiority which is displayed in Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness by wanting to show to the rest of the public that the power that he has is more than the power that any black person can have. And he decides to unmask the mask in public. But unfortunately for him, when he comes in and he approaches the mask and he unmasks the Kibaranko, he collapses and falls. The blacks are happy, thinking that maybe it is the power of the Kibaranko that has made him to fall, but it is the shock that he received, that the first person who is the Katakis, that is the same person that is serving. So he's wondering whether the people are really with him. We end up with the excerpt from Aikwe, or some excerpts in Aikwe Ama, where this process of recognition continues. I've said here that there is some sort of full recognition, because when the protagonist in Aikwe Amas recognizes, the first thing is she goes back to look where it started. How, but what went wrong? And he goes back to her roots. And after searching, he now realized that the best way in order to dismantle the existing, to dismantle the lingering colonialism in its place, yes, the best way to dismantle is to reintroduce a new educational system that takes care of the African. The white man who is the dean in a university is shocked to receive information from the protagonist that the Department of African Studies has been created, and African history, where European history is just what? Minors. Yeah, and so that's where we're moving towards the fact that this protagonist does not reject totally the West. What he does is he brings their own voice in the curriculum at the center, but he still believes that the rest of the world can contribute something to them. And that's why we said in the process of this decoloniality, it is not rejecting. I listened to some papers and they were moving towards a negritude perspective. Decoloniality is not negritude. And so we have to be very careful in looking where decoloniality ends. And that's why we said it introduces justice, it fosters inclusive and equitable society, and where knowledge system can thrive and not a dominant narrative. And if there should be any dominant narrative in their own center, it should be their own narrative, so that the others too will produce their own narratives in their own center. And somewhere, as one article quoted by Achebe in Colonialist Criticism, they said, we should bring these things to the market, and the forces of demand and supply will determine them. So when we expose this type of material to the ESL, EFL classroom, whether as theoretical paradigm or as political projects, the learners they will better understand how to commune, share with the rest of the world, and be able to
Can you check if there's connection, please? Yes, Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah, we've just got you back. We lost you for a moment there, Eric. You're back now.
Okay. Well, thank you, Professor Neba, for the presentation. The whole question of centers, we'll have to rethink it, whether building centers is not another way through which we perpetrate colonial or power relations. So I'm sorry, looks like we lost connection. We lost online connection, and we're trying to fix things here. In the meantime, we will be having a workshop now with Rebecca Dengler, who has been very, very supportive here. Rebecca, thank you so much. You try to get a link while I take a few questions from the audience. So I think while we're trying to reestablish the connection, if there are questions, we can take them now and then answer the questions straight to the point. And please ask. We don't want narratives again or presentations. We are fighting with time. Ask your question straight to the point. Question, not comments, not narratives. Thank you so much. Yeah. What is it?
Eric. Sorry.
Yes.
I was just going to say, Eric, did you want me to read out the comments that are in the chat box for the presenters who may not have seen?
Yeah, that makes sense, Jen.
I can just run through them very, very quickly. So I'll go in order. So we have, thank you, dear Professor David. Thank you, David. Very interesting with very much to think about. And also for David, very thought-provoking. We also have for Dr. Yvonne, it was, how did you test the hypothesis? That was a question. Thank you so much, Yvonne. That was so interesting. And much food for thought there, Yvonne. Also, what an interesting presentation, Yvonne. Thank you. And then in terms of the proverbs, I think it was Dr. Eric, these proverbs are truly amazing and can lead to such meaningful discussions and debates. And also, we've got absolutely fascinating, Dr. Eleanor. So exciting, engaging. What's in a name? Thank you. And then I think this would relate to the next one. Someone has remarked that the African tradition is closest to Christianity than we think, just aligning with Professor Dazi. We also have, with regard to the presentation, talking about religion, awesome presentation, Africans should emancipate themselves from mental slavery. Also about, in terms of names, what is the name of the professor who is talking now? I think that was, we were referring to Dr. David Devine there. And then we also had, where we go? Yes, referential language informs, representational language involves, and that's from a quote from John McCrae, literature with a small I, small L. Okay, so that's all the comments in the box so far.
Okay, thanks very much. So thank you so much. Please, we'll be moving to a workshop, and we agreed that we're not going to lose any further time, and so we're going to give the microphone for you to ask a question and not take more than 30 seconds. No presentations now, please. Thank you.
Sorry, was that for me, Eric?
Yeah, that's for on-site participants. We want to get one or two questions, and lines are that we would not entertain presentations again from the audience. We want questions.
Okay.
So if you have a question, you raise your hand.
Okay. Yes, I think this is a conference. Sorry. Okay, so I should go there. I think this is a conference, and we come to a conference, and there's no possibility for us to make an observation. I think that the conference is not worldwide. I will go. I don't have a question. I have an observation to make, and my observation is simple. I appreciate the fact that at this point in time, we are already very conscious of the fact that we have to decolonize our institutions, including ELT, English language teaching, including other aspects of our life. And I want to say that many people have addressed this. In the world of African studies, people have even advocated the use of only African languages. But again, this argument could not take us far. And we said we could use foreign languages, and we contextualize these African languages by giving it a contextual touch. And if we do that, we are also decolonizing our institutions. And I want to equally say that we gain political independence after colonialism. But our major problem is the fact that we have not yet gained psychological independence. Political independence without psychological independence is incomplete. And psychological independence involves many things. First, we have to give value to our socio-cultural realities, our potentials, our own approaches. We have to recognize the fact that we do not need to copy what is practiced in our former colonial context and paste in our context. If we are conscious of that and we promote that psychological independence, then we can successfully carry out the project of rethinking post-colonial Africa. And post-colonial Africa needs rethinking. And rethinking involves many things. At this point in time, what a paradox that we are still talking about promoting received pronunciation. At this point in time, no statement has been made on what should constitute the model of foreign languages that we teach. If we don't make a statement on that, and we're playing a middle position, at the end of the day, the outcome will be chaotic and will continue to be in a state of confusion. Which model of foreign languages do we teach? If we have to teach, say, Cameroon English.
Thank you so very much.
If we have to teach Cameroon English,
thank you.
What?
Thank you, please.
No, sorry.
Got your
If we have to teach Cameroon English, for example, what should be included in the standard form of that Cameroon English? Nobody has made a statement on that. Can you promote a model without knowing what should be included and excluded from the standard model? No, it's impossible. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks. So the fact we get them. We'll have another comment or question from Quinta and Data. Quinta, not more than a minute, please.
Good afternoon. Congratulations. The literature presentations were just so interesting. My observation or my question goes to Professor Eleanor. I just want her to give the fine line between African tradition and the belief in superstition, Christianity and religion.
You have the microphone here. 1 minute.
Okay, if I understand you well, you're asking if I can give a fine line between African traditions, Christianity, and superstition. And religion, sorry, okay, and religion. Now, African traditions, we must know, are very, very religious. You know, their traditions are based on their cosmogony, you know, which has as base a belief in the supreme being. And of course, that is what religion is. Now, Christianity also came in as a religion. And when Christianity came in as a religion, it tried to supersede the African belief system. But again, we realize that there is a similarity between these two belief systems. And that is why in my text, the protagonist, Fadandong, tries to, you know, bring them together. He tries to engage in a process of enculturation and acculturation so that those Africans who want to practice Christianity can practice Christianity with their traditional backings, with their cultures at the back of their minds. So it should not be a kind of complete, you know, brainwashing by Christianity. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Professor Darcy. Right now, please, we're sorry we've taken so much time that was intended for a workshop. For our online participants, please, there are a series of questions which you'll be engaged in trying to reflect on what has been going on and sharing ideas, while the on-site participants will be doing some practical activities. And when they come back, they will share the practical activities with the online participants. So the panelists are fed with what is going on here. I don't know if the panelists are right here. Yes, I can find Ernesto, Graham, Adna, and Ellie. Great. So what I'm saying is that Jennifer is going to pose a series of questions in the Q&A box that will we will be reflecting on online, while the on-site participants will be doing a practical activity for a few minutes. They'll come back and share what they've done with the online participants. And then that should be some kind of input to another form of input to the panelists. So thank you so very much. We're moving straight to the workshop right now. Rebecca, over to
Okay,
you.
thanks, Eric. Okay, so if everybody can hear me, since we are the online group, I've tried to find a question for each of the last group of speakers that we've had that I thought we could perhaps reflect on. So I can type this in the box. I'll type in the chat box as well, and also obviously say it out loud. So the first one, I just thought, I was thinking about the idea of this delinking and relinking when it comes to decolonization. And my question was, how can African nations include the North, and by that I mean the former colonial powers, in this process of delinking and relinking. I'll just say that again. I'll just put this in the chat box. Here we go. So how can African nations include the North, so that the former colonial powers, in the process of delinking and relinking? So I don't know if anyone's got any thoughts about that, but it does feel that that we haven't all gone away. It's more a question of changing the way that we all see each other and work together as we move forward in the future. Has anyone got any thoughts they'd like to add to that, or would like to talk about? Yes, please. I think that was, I had a hand up there from Ellie.
Yes. Can I get started? Can you hear me okay?
I can, yes, and please do, yes. And then I think Ernesto's coming next.
Just to introduce myself, I'm a Hungarian English teacher. I live in Ecuador now, and I do teacher research mentoring. So while listening to this whole conference, I was just wondering about the paradox that we are using English, which is the language of the colonizers, for decolonization, okay? Because this is our common language. But my impression is that we are using it as a lingua franca, no? We are using it as international English. We are listening to Cameroonian English as one of the world Englishes, no? And we have to realize that 80% of all conversations in English take place between non-native speakers. So we need to teach our learners those key features of the English language which contribute to understanding each other, not getting in the way of communication. And I will have some more remarks regarding pronunciation and the status of decolonization. Just one more reflection on linking and delinking. In the inner core, namely in the United Kingdom, with the participation of a number of EFL, ELT professors and teacher researchers, we have an initiative of decentering. Funny enough, the decentering initiative again has like a core in the center, no? So it is the center is looking at ways of engaging those who are not in the inner circle and handing over agency and power. So decentering, decolonization, these are things that go together, especially in ELT. So that would be my initial contribution. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And that I really take your point there, that idea of handing over and sort of switching it around and empowering, if you like, rather than leading, from what you were saying there in terms of the conversation. Yeah, that's great. Has anyone else got anything you'd like to add on that idea of this delinking and relinking sort of presentation we had? I think Ernesto, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Jennifer. Well, first of all, very happy to see familiar faces. I need to ask for an apology for my camera, but it's really good to be here, to be with you, trying to address the question and trying to do it from a decolonizing perspective and a little bit of cynical. I would say, how can African nations include the North? I think it's for the African nations say,
Mm-hmm.
not for us to say how they can include the North. I would be interested in knowing how the North, whatever that is, it considers that it can help or can create some sort of support for African nations or alliance with African nations. Yeah, that's what I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to say anything more about the delinking or relinking process, or perhaps we should just move towards the pronunciation, because Ellie brought up a point there about it, and it's interesting because I had written down how do we move away from RP to an emphasis on intelligibility? In other words, where we're using a lingua franca, how do we teach pronunciation in a way that means something for everybody in terms of intelligibility? Has anybody got anything they'd like to talk about in terms of pronunciation, or how we could move our emphasis away from RP? I've got Ellie's got her hand up again. Ellie, yes? Oh, Faustino. Should we start with Faustino? I can see Faustino's hand. Faustino, what would you like to say? I think you need to unmute, Faustino. Yeah.
Thanks, dear panelists, for the floor. I think according to the question, Africans should also, this question takes place on two levels. One is on the aspect of political policy of each country in Africa. It means that the African politicians should probably take this consciousness on how to relink these countries, these African communities. Apart from this, also, on the other aspect is also the self-consciousness of Africans. As Seda Senghor said in his book, he said that we should also take this bridge, culture as part of bridge on, among communities. It means we should also adapt ourselves to the other foreign languages or community or cultures, and adapting ourselves to the one existing, as the professor said before. We should not reject what is beside us as what we know about our own identity. Apart from this, I think that we as intellectuals, we as researchers, we as scientific, we as teachers, we should also take this as our load and luggage in order to implement all these in our own communities, and consider all communities as the equal, and have this as the basis of the development in each community, despite of probably, yes, the linguistic zones and whatever, and culture, but all these are more important in communities around. Many thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Faustino. So very, very interesting, to hear your perspective there. I can see I've got more hands up. Is it Mao Jing? Have I pronounced that correctly? You have your hand up. Would you like to put your microphone on?
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
I am a PhD student of Isabel Martin. So I am working with them in PEHA. And regarding to the intelligibility and pronunciation teaching, and now I am currently teaching linguistics for the classroom at PEHA Karlsruhe. And we are now not taking the RP or GA as the goal or as the standard of pronunciation teaching in the university, but we use intelligibility as the goal, and then the material is not only following the British accent, but we found, but there are papers about German English speaking mistakes or features, and then we focus on those features, and then we teach our future English teachers how to correct or how to practice those features, and then how to teach those features in the future classroom. So in all, my point is like we can start from our own perspective, and then to for example, if I go back to China to teach English, then I can read the Chinese, the research about Chinese pronunciation features and then focus on those features first. Yeah, and then instead of just following the inner circle models. So I think, and as I forgot the name of, as he just mentioned, they also, yeah, sorry, yeah, their responsibility, yeah, they also have responsibility to start from their schools and their systems. So maybe they can also work on their features first, and then we can focus on the main issues first. Yeah, so that's my idea.
Thank you so much. That's really, really interesting. Thank you so much for that merging. I've also got Graham. Graham's got his hand up. Graham?
I think others had hand ups before me, but I'll jump in. First of all, to say that it's fantastic to see so many people who I either know or whose names I know. And as somebody who's British and based in the northeast of England, I feel vastly underqualified to comment. That said, it seems to me that over the course of time, change and recognition of different ways of speaking English is inevitable. To coin a phrase, the genie is out of the bottle. In 20, 30 years' time, the idea that people will have to speak RP or want to speak up RP with an RP accent, I think that will be gone. Look at this conference. I don't speak RP English, but I'm probably one of the people who speaks closer to an RP accent than others. And just to have one final anecdote to reinforce this idea that change, in my view, is inevitable. When I was younger, as a little lad, growing up on BBC TV, every accent that I listened to as a child was RP, and it was unimaginable that regional accents and different social accents would be across the media in Britain. Unimaginable. Now, that's 40 years ago, and now you would struggle to find an RP accent on the British media except for reading the news. It's not been a conscious decision, it's just happened, and now it's natural. If you hear RP, it's kind of, wow, that's really strange. I think we're just looking at a process on a global scale. And I think that socio-linguistic change will happen. And then it goes back to the comment that Faustino made, I think it was Faustino, about ministries and politicians accepting it. Clearly, in one of the talks we had a recognition that materials and testing might act as a brake on that, but ultimately some kind of compromise and conclusion will be reached. I'll duck out now because others have much more important things to say.
Thank you so much. And I was just going to say, I think that's a really good analogy, the idea of the way English has actually been changing it within our own country here in Britain, as a microcosm, I suppose, of what we expect to see in terms of socio-linguistic change around the world. So I think that's an interesting point you made there, actually. Yeah, sure. Ernesto, I think you've got your hand up still.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Well, probably I'm not going to be very popular for what I have to say, but I would like to insist that if we want to adopt a decolonizing perspective, perhaps we need to abandon our colonizing way of thinking. So going back to your question, I don't know if generalizing or offering one single answer as to how we need to teach pronunciation is going to be very productive. Perhaps we need to leave this to every single context, teaching context to decide, and probably something more productive would be to insist on, I don't know, on teaching on intercultural skills for people to learn to interact with different speakers and different accents and to deal with that. And perhaps intelligibility would work by itself. Yeah, thank you.
No, I would just second that, Ernesto. One of my areas of interest is intercultural communication, and I agree. I think it's much more about opening the conversation about how do we all communicate together, how do we make that work, and is it down to intelligibility? So yeah, I think it's a really good point. Ellie, you've got your hand up. Did you want to join in?
Yes, I was just meaning to say, and what Graham and you and Ernesto were saying is really important. This is why I use TED Talks in my teaching, so that my learners get used to different ways of pronunciation. I think often we tend to look at pronunciation from the person who is speaking, but we should remember that communication is kind of a collaborative exercise, and we should rely on the cooperative instincts of the listener. Okay, so I remember listening to Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, her most famous TED Talk, where she says that her parents walked and finishes the sentence. And I heard walked like, caminando. And then from the sentence and what happened afterwards, I understood that she was saying worked. Mm-hmm. But as soon as I heard it for the first time, contextually, I was replacing walked with worked each and every time. And, I had no problem in understanding. I worked as a VSO volunteer in Ethiopia, and I remember my English Language Improvement Center was given £50,000 to improve the course and buy stuff. Later on, it turned out it was only 15. So, when it comes to numbers, you really have to be careful. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. Really interesting thoughts again. And we've got one more hand up. It's Alan. Alan, I think you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. I think Graham's absolutely right about the primacy of RP having been broken down. Pronunciation has become absolutely democratized, if you like, across the media. And it's taking a long time for that to feed through into ELT practice. Thing that people might find helpful to refer to again is the work done by Jennifer Jenkins and her colleagues in terms of ELF, English as a lingua franca. I've put a link in the chat box because they worked on identifying those features that would ensure a minimum level of effective intelligibility, and I think it's a useful endeavor, though I think it doesn't necessarily have to be followed to the letter as something that's imposed on learners and on teachers, but it might be a helpful frame of reference.
Thanks for that, Alan. Yes, I can see that it's in the, if anybody wants to copy that link, it's in the chat box now. I think that's, I think this idea of lingua franca, as you say, it's this means of having a means of communicating through English, but the ownership is not what people might anticipate it is. A lot of people seem to think that English belongs to English. It doesn't anymore. It's a world language, isn't it? And that's the thing that we're all keen to facilitate, I think.
But I think a larger issue in many parts of the world, I'm not sure to what extent it's the case in sub-Saharan Africa, perhaps not so much, is the primacy accorded to the native speaker, regardless of what else they might bring with them to the role of teacher. And I think that's really a colonial hangover that we really need to challenge increasingly. I mean, it's something that is an abiding prejudice, and it's tied up with the idea of a model of pronunciation.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for that very much, Alan. I just wonder if we could have time to move on to Dr. Eric's talk, particularly about proverbs, and I wondered if anybody had any thoughts they'd like to share about how important things like proverbs and cultural mores for the context that we all teach in these days, how important they are to bring into language learning. Is anybody like to share their ideas or thoughts about proverbs? And I can see Graham's got his hands up. Go for it, Graham.
I think this links to what Alan's just been saying. If teachers, not myself, because I'm not in that context and couldn't do it, but if teachers draw on local proverbs and local cultural norms through English, then that embeds English as something which is not from Britain and the UK and the US anymore. English is changed, is formed by its local environment, and also is more obviously and logically taught by those from that environment. You know, so the idea that the whole idea of teaching through proverbs which come from the local context, that empowers local teachers and gives the language more relevance in that context. I think it just works fantastically well. It makes it more relevant to learners as well.
Thanks for that, Graham. Thank you very much. Anyone else? Ah, yes, Ellie, I can see your hand up.
What is even more interesting is comparing proverbs from different cultures, cross-culturally, because sometimes they are quite similar, sometimes they are opposite. So you can have wonderful debates by looking at the moral wisdom behind each, because that gives you a glimpse into different cultures. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else have any more thoughts they'd like to add about the place of cultures, proverbs in language learning? No, okay, that's fine. I'll just, sorry, yep.
Yes. I think there's a lot of interesting work that can be done by students using the resources of so looking through something like online corpora for multiple contexts in which proverbs and idioms and keywords are used, because there's a lot that can be understood about cultural values and cultural beliefs through looking at the uses of language in context. There's a lot of work by an Polish-Australian linguist called Anna Wierzbicka. I'll put it in the chat. A book called Understanding Cultures Through Their Keywords. And I think the way that she does it is it's really like concordance work before concordances, as it were. Because the way to understand those uses of concepts and the language that expresses them is by gathering as many examples of the language in use as you can, and the more examples you collect, the greater your understanding of the import of those ideas. Really worth looking at. I'll just put her name in the chat.
That sounds really interesting. That'd be great to see that. Thank you, Alan. Okay, I can't see any other hands up. I'm just wondering if it's worth jumping actually down to reflect on the last talk we had from Dr. Devine, and with his talk about literature in particular. And he mentioned a fifth skill. He said, I think he called this fifth skill being thinking. And it struck me that I don't know if I got his message correctly, but almost moving just beyond the literal understanding of literature and looking much more to social implications and cultural messaging and so forth. So does anybody have any thoughts they'd like to reflect on in terms of Dr. Devine's talk about the place of literature in language learning? Ernesto, yes.
Yes, thank you. I'm very sorry, but I would like to go back to Eric's example on Proverbs.
Yeah, sure.
Perhaps we're missing one of the most important decolonial lessons of the example itself, which is the fact that different cultures have different resources and different practices that are valuable for them and that do not necessarily can be considered best practices for everyone. But probably the lesson here is the recognition that there are different possibilities in each context that maybe or remain hidden, and that perhaps it is important to create spaces for them to make them visible. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, very, very good point there. Thank you very much, Ernesto. Anybody like to share some thoughts about the place of literature in language learning, and particularly contextualizing literature? My note. So I've got multiple screens open here. I'm just looking at my notes. Particularly this idea of thinking as being a fifth skill when engaging with literature. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not sure what he meant by thinking. Is that critical thinking?
Well, that's interesting you said that, because I wrote down, does he mean critical thinking? It's my general.
But whatever critical thinking is, because that's
whatever critical thinking is.
Yes, because that's another problem. I mean, thinking in and of itself means that you're considering, or you're thinking about things. So it's critical anyway, isn't it? The thing about teaching English in a foreign language classroom is that has a whole lot of cultural baggage that goes with it. And when I was teaching, I taught literature in a very limited way, as from B2 to, well, not necessarily B2, but yes, I'm not sure how useful it is.
I wonder,
foreign language learn. I don't know.
Yeah, I wondered if he was really pointing to this idea maybe that literature is something that we need to mine more for language, or not just for language, but for the whole language learning experience. That was one of my takeaways, that maybe he was saying we need to go a bit deeper.
Yeah, but I think he was talking about literature written by someone in Cameroon,
within Cameroon
as a model in Cameroon, rather than foreign, the literature brought in from outside, which to me seems a more interesting or more valid argument when you're talking about decolonizing language or the classroom.
Yeah, and I know I take the point, and it was a bit confusing with the thinking and then what have you, but no, I agree. I mean, I think that's something that I'd speak for somebody who's just been writing a course book recently, trying to bring in different cultural stories to widen the whole experience, particularly in an international market. Looking for lots of different literature to bring in for people to be able to identify with seems to me as something that we need to really broaden as much as possible, and go away from the Eurocentric literature that tends to take precedence of place. Yeah, I can see Graham's got his hand up there. Graham, did you want to add anything?
Yeah, I'm just going to read out a quote that I wrote down from that talk, which was restoring the voice of the voiceless was a phrase that came up. Well, that was said towards the beginning of the talk, and then towards the end, after the discussion of thinking itself, and when he was using the example of Conrad's Heart of Darkness, and maybe challenging the sort of the European view that's conveyed of society through that. About he talked about recognizing plurality. So I think it was that idea, like you said, Anna, of going beyond canonical European texts, canonical English literature texts, to find other texts. And I think it also goes back to Ernesto's point about drawing on local language sources with Proverbs. For me, it's part of the continuum of finding the language from the context, rather than just importing texts. I mean, I guess if one was to use canonical British or American texts, you could always mine them for the alternative viewpoint that isn't expressed within that text, rather than just take the language, just say, well, what's not here? You know, this idea of the predominant I compared to the I that's omitted from the story. But yes, throughout that final talk by Professor Devine, that restore the voice of the voiceless seems to be the key theme that he was conveying, which seems very much in line with what everybody said.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And I can see Ellie's hand. Yes. Hi, Ellie. I think Ellie's got her hand up.
Yes. Hi, I will be very short. Sometimes this journey from kind of the inner circles literature to the outer circles literature happens in one author's lifetime. Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie, when she was 4 years old, she wrote about sitting in London in the rain and her parents drinking ginger beer. And then sometime later, she actually created this wonderful Nigerian contextual history and presence. So it is possible to look for African literature and use it, something that is more contextual and more relatable for learners of that continent. That is my assumption. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ellie. And I suppose on a much wider scale, it's I was just trying to reflect back with the Man Booker Prize, for example. It's really good now that they've opened some of these international prizes up, if you like, to literature beyond what was predominantly English-speaking Britain, America, and we're seeing African authors coming into that zone now, which is very exciting. So we're seeing small movements in the right direction in terms of decolonizing some of the more traditional literature. I can't think of the word I'm after there, but you know, some of those prizes or those focal points, if you like, in the wider community. So that's one little step, I guess. Let me just go back to my notes again. I haven't had a word from Eric yet, so we're still able to carry on talking.
Sorry, Jennifer, there's an interesting comment from Mercy in the chat box about what we've just been saying.
Oh yes, so from Mercy says, one thing he said about the fifth skill is that we should locate meaning wherever we find ourselves. Maybe he was talking about applying the language in everything, getting to think about why some things are said in a particular way. Really nice point, that, Mercy. Yes, thank you. Yeah, thanks for pointing that one out, Anna. Great. Okay. Right, so we also had we had a really interesting discussion about from Professor Eleanor on exploring the religion and in terms of the colonial effects in bringing religions into the African continent. Has anybody got any thoughts when they reflect back on what Dr. Ellen had to say about the religious influence on the African continent? Linguistically and in the naming as well?
You see, some of that resonated with me because I'm half Spanish, and naming, and I'm sure in Argentina it's probably the same, and naming traditions have changed over time. And what she said resonated with me because up until Franco died, we had to have names that were saints' names. You couldn't have any other names, any other variations, any other spellings. And that has changed over time. And also names in Spain can indicate social class, which is also quite curious. So some of the things she said, I suppose it came from us originally, probably, or from Catholic countries and was then exported. But it resonated with me. I thought that was quite curious, you know, that we have that in common.
Absolutely. Well, and actually, it's interesting that even within, say, a British culture, naming has changed a lot over the years. And like you said, I mean, saints' names drove a lot of the names that children were given, and that's not so much the case anymore, is it? You can name a child anything you want.
No, but here it was law.
Yeah.
It was law.
It was law. It was law. Yes.
It was law. You couldn't have a name that wasn't a saint's name.
Yeah. Amazing. Oh, there's just a point up. Someone's made a point in the chat box here, Valentine, regarding incorporation of culture and literature. I believe it is important to help learners enter into an intercultural dialogue with the text where they negotiate their values, identities, social norms, etc. Yeah, absolutely. That fifth thinking skill that was talked about. And Valentine, you've got your hands up. Would you like to continue?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
hear you,
great,
yeah.
great. Yeah, sorry, I missed most of the talk, unfortunately. I was busy, and it's really late here in Korea, where I am. But yeah, I like the discussion so far, and this is basically my opinion. I've been teaching English in Thailand, and now I'm teaching in Korea, and I've noticed that we have a very one-sided view in terms of how culture is incorporated in literature. I remember back in Thailand, we were teaching a text. It was called "I Want a Wife," and it was written by a more progressive feminist perspective, if we should say. And I remember we gave the text to the students, and all the students basically disagreed with the author. They said, well, it's completely wrong. The whole text was written by a character who was a woman, and she said, well, I want a wife who take care of me, my family. And I remember all the students criticized the author and the main character because the Thai society is a more patriarchal society. And then all the teachers told that the students were wrong. And I remember it made me think that the mistake we often make is that we don't help learners enter into that intercultural dialogue with the text. We don't help them negotiate values, identities. We don't help them understand the role of gender. So basically, there was this big gap between what some teachers thought students should say and what the students thought was right or wrong. And I remember it was a quote by Tomlinson, and I can find it and I can provide you with the quote. Actually, Tomlinson was saying that we should help the learners enter into some kind of an intercultural dialogue where we help them make sense of different values, and we shouldn't let them know that their answers are totally right or wrong. And I've come across those experiences many times. I remember I came to Korea. I was teaching it was a text about the Thai New Year festival, and all the Korean students thought it was wrong because they said, no, we don't like Buddhism, we are all Christians. And basically it made me think, okay, what I should do now is I should help students again negotiate their social cultural identities. And I related the Korean Christian festival and the Thai Buddhist festival to the whole concept of family unit and the unity of the family. And this is how it helped students make sense of the culture and basically what unites people and the role of culture in terms of fostering that language awareness.
Thank you so much, Valentine. Some really interesting points there. Would anybody else like to join in this discussion? Any thoughts beyond that?
Just one that perhaps you're talking about two cultures that, sorry, someone else wanted to speak. No, two cultures that might consider themselves equals as opposed to what the situation in Cameroon where one culture is apparently superior to the other. And so that relationship is probably, or, you know, the relationship is different maybe. If you, I don't know if I'm making myself clear, sorry. you know, Koreans might consider themselves more or less equal to Thais or to literature or something that's coming from Thailand, whereas I think what's been discussed for Cameroon is literatures that come supposedly from above and are better than what's produced locally or generated locally.
Yeah, yes, I get your distinction there, absolutely. I thought I saw another hand up. Maybe just gonna. Where's that? Okay. I'm just messaging Eric to see how time we've got left, but he's not coming. Mercy, did you want to say something?
Yes, please, I'd like to say something.
Sure.
Okay, I think one of the ideas I got from Professor Darcy's expose is that she was trying to point out the fact that, well, let me start from my own point of view. In Cameroon, I have noticed personally that most of the times in teaching, in our daily lives, it seems like what happens in the West or in the North is the truth, and every other thing we have to say, well, whatever comes from us Cameroonians is not, let me say, valuable, or does not have value, or does not have its place. And I think what she was trying to say is, in the aspect of decoloniality, is finding back our place as Africans, that even though some things like Christianity came from the whites, it already existed with us for as long as we have been existing, given our religion, for example, sacrificing to our gods, as we call them, our ancestors. Those are the things we find in the Bible when we have sacrifices which were made to God for the forgiveness of sins, or for some requests from priests. That's from God through priests, and that is just exactly what we have in our African religion. So I think what she was trying to point out is, we are kind of pushing aside our religion, or pushing aside the African religion to one side, and embracing completely or totally what is coming from the West. Meanwhile, that should not be the case, but we should try to instead put value, or show our students that even though we are accepting the English language, let me come now to the English language teaching, even though we are accepting the English language from outside, yes, it's true, but let's look at this thing from our own cultural perspective. So I think one thing that we are trying to say, or we should do, I'm speaking from an African point of view, is that we should contextualize everything. I would go to what every other panelist has already pointed out. We should contextualize, meaning that if we're talking about let me say, conflicts, I shouldn't go very far to look for the conflicts maybe in Russia and Ukraine. Meanwhile, here, given my own place, there's an intertribal war going on. I should use what is around me and maybe talk about them from the historical perspective, the wars we had, intertribal conflicts we had. So I should be able to come down right to our own context, so the students are able to see the various aspects very easily, rather than always looking very far. It's like we always want to take ideas so very far. Meanwhile, when we look just around us, we can easily have those things. So in as much as we want to valorize our own culture, we cannot also forget about the other cultures. It's just like Faustino was saying, it is almost impossible to say we would completely push out the other culture, but it is for us to strike a balance where no culture is given more value than the other, but we are on a balance that's an equal platform. That's what I had to contribute.
Thank you so much, Mercy. Thank you so much. I was going to ask Faustino to come in as well, but we've lost him. He's just lost his connectivity. He might come back. I can see that Anna has her hand up. Anna.
Yes, one of the things I wrote down that Professor Darcy said, which I thought could be applied in all sorts of different contexts, and it relates to what Mercy has just said, is that we need to centralize many narratives rather than meta-narratives. And I think that holds true for teacher education, which is my field. So it's the classroom and the context that is central, rather than the meta-narrative, which in teacher education might be what's considered best practice, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Thank you for that. I've got a message coming in from Eric. He says, can we take 7 more minutes? I can just see that we've got admin back in. They're reconnecting now. Okay, so we've just got a little bit longer before I think we're coming properly back into the room. I think we might have covered all now of the talks we've had so far. Yeah, I'm just having a look back. Anybody have any thoughts they would like to revisit from the... Ernesto, sorry, I can see your hand up, Ernesto.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just something that occurred to me now, just listening to these concepts such as culture and intercultural dialogue and the West, I'm putting myself on my decolonial lenses once again, is this risk of pretty much reproducing one of the main features of colonial thinking, which is precisely generalizing or essentializing the other. And for example, when we talk about cultures as a single entity, as Chinese culture or Mexicans, when we know that in reality it's a very complex and diverse melting pot of things. So probably it is important to bear this in mind, that and probably to avoid using the grammar and the lexis of this colonial thinking, and start being a little bit more cautious when naming things, no? As opposed to just simply saying the West or the Mexicans or Chinese or something like that, which in reality does not refer to other thing than pure ideology. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ernesto. Yeah, some great. 1 minute. Why am I getting a message from Eric here? Let me just see. He says, we're right here. Eric, can you hear us? I'm not sure he can. He said he's with me. Just bear with everybody while we see if we can find. Let me just tell him I can't hear him.
Hello.
Are you there?
Yes, we're right here, Jane.
There you are. You're back to us now. Thanks,
Good.
Eric. We're here.
Yeah. Yes, Jane. Just to reconnect everyone, I was thinking that if the panelists allow, we can give any of the online participants to, in 1 minute, tell us what you were doing online, because we weren't with you. And then we give our on-site participants 1 minute to tell us what they were doing. Do you think that is something that's a good transition into the panel discussion?
Sure, yes. So you want to give each panelist 1 minute?
Just 1 minute for the online participants to tell us what you were doing while we were away. And we give the on-site participants 1 minute to tell us what we were doing while you were online, just as a transition into the panel discussion. Do you think that is something good?
No, that's fine. So it'll be Anna. I'm just trying to see Ernesto, Graham. Who have I missed out? Anna, Ernesto, Graham. Who are my other panelists?
Yes,
Ellie.
There's Graham, Anna, Ernesto, and Elizabeth, who's right here. I can see her.
All right. So do you want to kick off, Ellie? 1 minute.
Yes, I'm trying to check with the panelists. If you allow 1 minute idea of what we were doing here, 1 minute of what you were doing online. If you think that's not necessary, then we move on, please.
I'm not sure if I should be talking about the whole lot, because I think, somebody else might be more capable, because I was relating to several points. But we have been going through the 5 presentations talking about the role of literature, the role of religion, the contextualized knowledge, linking and delinking, and we were relating to those experiences, saying that what is important is to contextualize the knowledge, to rely on what locally is available by mini narratives, as it was mentioned, and just keeping in mind that when we talk about big cultural units like China or Africa, we might not be talking about the exact details of those cultures or subcultures. And just one reflection of mine, we were mentioning Ukraine and the political situation. Did you think Russia was big? Africa is twice as big, okay? So my decolonial mindset started when I looked at the real map, the real size map of Africa, and realized that it was upside down. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. So the on-site part, one of our on-site participants is here to tell us in 1 minute what we were doing. Give the question answers, potential the possible answers you get.
I am Eugene Avobesala, delegate of bilingual level 5 at the Higher Teacher Training College, Yaoundé. Our workshop was focusing on 3 main questions. We had the first one: what are ways to challenge colonial ideas in ELT? What the answer that cuts across the different groups is contextualization. We have to take we have to take in consideration contextualization. The second question is, who is responsible for decolonizing? There are many answers. We have the Africans, we have the governments, we have the ministries of education, we have the teachers, who are the main actors of the teaching processes. And number 3, how can we effectively decolonize? It is by creating opportunities that are linked to the to the context of our learners. We have to derive material from our learners' context. How can a bi-directional approach help? We have to be ingrained in our cultures and open to the world. So we are open to receive from outside, but we have to remain conscious of our cultural riches. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone so much for participating, writing down your ideas, and also contributing to the posters. I will take time to read them all, and we will take time to read them, and there I hear your ideas. Thank you for participating.
Thank you so very much, Rebecca, for this wonderful workshop. And it served us as a kind of a break. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is a time for the expert discussion. And one of the questions which you will have to find answers to is, who is the expert? The person solving complicated classroom problems, or the person who sits in his office and writes articles and publishes them? Some other points which are very crucial in the following discussion before I introduce the panelists to you. What local structures perpetuate coloniality? What local structures inhibit decoloniality? And how effective or sustainable can decoloniality be in so-called low resource and high resource context? Who plays what role and to what extent? And now I introduce the panels to you, ladies and gentlemen. Right now we have Professor Graham Hall. Professor Graham Hall is Professor of Applied Linguistics and TESOL at the Northumbria University, UK, where he teaches on the university's MA Applied Linguistics for TESOL and MA TESOL programs. He is the author of Exploring English Language Teaching Language in Action. That is a Routledge publication in 2011. and a second edition that was published in 2017. And which this publication was the winner of the 2000 British Association for Applied Linguistics BAL Book Prize. Publication won that prize. And he also edited the Routledge Handbook of English Language Teaching in 2016. And he was editor of ELT Journal from 2013 to 2017. His research and professional interests range from classroom discourse and language teaching methodology to ways in which English language teachers understand their practice, to the role of English and of English language teaching in the world. Please, Professor Graham Hall, we are happy to listen to you. And I'll introduce the next panelist. Ana Garcia Stone is based in Madrid, and she is a teacher and teacher educator who has worked in ELT for 30 years. She has given teacher training and trainer training in the UK, Spain, Portugal, Egypt, India, and Vietnam. She is especially interested in collaborative continuing professional development and mentoring teacher research, which she has been doing since 2001. She is currently part of an online international community mentoring teacher research and has mentored teachers in Iraq, India, and currently mentoring teachers and training teacher mentors in Thailand. And Dr. Ernesto Vargas Gil is a applied linguist, a language teacher educator, and an education researcher whose work focuses on continuing professional development practices through an epistemological decolonization lens, particularly in the Global South context. He holds a PhD in applied linguistics from the University of Warwick, UK. He is also a Cambridge qualified teacher and throughout his career has gained extensive experience in various higher education institutions, particularly in the UK, including the University of Birmingham, the University of Bristol, Aston University, and Imperial London, where he still collaborates as an academic visiting teaching lecturer. Currently, Dr. Vargas Gil works as lecturer in academic and professional communication at Queen Mary University of London, where he supervises PhD and master's students and lectures master's foundation and in-sessional courses in applied linguistics. In addition, and I'm very familiar with this, he is current ITFL Research Special Interest Group, and ITFL stands for the International Association of Teachers of English as a Foreign Language. He is the Research Special Interest Group Coordinator, where he develops various education research and scholarship initiatives. I call him my boss because he is the coordinator and I'm the outreach coordinator for this special interest research group. And I'm happy to be working with him for all this while. And last but not the least, we have expert Agnes Beckes, who is a Hungarian English teacher and teacher trainer residing in Ecuador. Over the course of her career, spanning more than 5 decades, she taught English at all levels. She worked for the Hungarian section of the BBC's World Service, and after taking early retirement, took up a volunteer service overseas, assignment in Ethiopia, followed by more volunteer work in Amazonian jungle. In recent years, her main interest has been doing teacher research and supporting the publishing efforts of her mentees. This is the crew that is going to steer the ship for the next 60 minutes. We do apologize for the time lapse, but again, the taste in the pudding was so sweet. And this panel will be manned by Professor Isabel Martin. And I use man not in binary terms. Thank you so much.
Okay. Would one of you like to volunteer to answer one of those questions to the prompts? I don't have the prompts in front of me, but apparently they're forthcoming. I have some own for you towards the end of our panel. And I would suggest that we finish punctually, even if we didn't start punctually, so that you can all turn your monitors off at the promised time. Ellie Bekish, can I ask you? Because you're at the top of my screen.
Also, when I was a BBC journalist, I was told that you can only ask one question.
Okay.
Because the interviewees are only going to remember the first one. I
Then-
remember the first one. Can I reply to the first one? Because I can relate to that. I'm a teacher research mentor. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay? I'm a teacher research mentor. I am interested in what's happening in the classroom and looking at those actions and dynamics under a magnifying glass. And what was interesting for me in the first 5 presentations is that often we think that teacher research cannot be generalized because it is so much tied to the context of your own classroom, to your own group, that how can you validate it in global context? And in fact, what you find in teacher research is that many of the issues just are so similar, whether it's homework, whether it's motivation, whether it's engagement, whether it's IT, you can always relate it to your own practice. Therefore, I am a believer in bottom-up approaches that is decentered from academia and building it up from the bottom towards the top, teachers sharing their experiences and building on that very special practical knowledge that they accumulate. And as for my publishing activities, I'm really happy to say that I'm a reader of volumes which are on teacher research and that this huge literature is expanding and many of us can relate to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this was also clear from the teacher research contributions that as soon as you link teaching to learners' own lives, things change in the classroom. Can I ask Anna next to ask? Pick maybe your favorite question.
I don't particularly want to demonize academia. I think if we think of teaching or a teaching career as being a journey, I think at the beginning, at least when I did my teacher training as a secondary school teacher, I wanted to know how to be able to teach a class and how to be able to manage the class. That was my main concern. So I needed people to help me and to tell me what were the things that might work in the classroom, and then to come and watch me and tell me what was effective or what wasn't, or to help me with problems. And then as you continue on, once you can cope with the day-to-day workings of classroom life and of teaching, I think then is when that journey of the teacher, it changes from thinking about what you're going to teach and you think about what your learners are going to learn. And I think that's what's so valuable about classroom research, classroom-based research, because the teacher then begins to think about their learners. They don't think about what they're teaching, they're thinking about what the learners need, what they want, and how best to address those needs. And I think that there's nothing wrong with that, sitting side to side or enriching the kind of the dialogue. Graham has spoken about this, about teachers' engagement with research. It can enrich the dialogue or the literature with which there is on teaching, because although, Ellie, I agree, a lot of the problems are very similar, the solutions can be very different. But the solutions are context-driven and they're valid for that context. And I think it's important for teachers to share their findings, but those findings may not always be applicable to other contexts.
So there's no one single definition of what decolonial engagement or options mean. So,
well, yes. It would be the conclusion, yes.
It would be interesting to isolate a sort of common denominator here today, if we can. I'll pass on to Graham. Hi, Graham.
Hi, thank you. I'll try and summarize a few things. I mean, Eric gave very nice introductions to us all and myself, and it was interesting though, because in this context, I in no way feel like an expert, because I'm not. I feel it's the people in the local context and the teachers that we've heard. They're the experts who I'm learning from at this point in time. And I think that's a really interesting idea. What seemed to come across to me very much in the teachers' classroom research projects, and I think this is always the way, but the focuses of the teachers' research projects they decided upon, and the outcomes and what happened next seem to be based upon the decisions and the views of the students. So what I found really interesting throughout the afternoon was the question of who decides what we do in the classroom. Is it the ministry? Is it somebody far away in a university? Is it us as teachers themselves? And I note how I use pronouns there. Or is it the students themselves? And this idea of who makes the decisions and who's in control seems to be a central element of how decolonization and decentering might take place. It seems to me it's about who decides. And I don't really have any more to say than that, because I don't think that's an original idea. I think that comes from the talks we heard this afternoon. That was the theme that brought them all together. And I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Graham. It's a very important question. Who decides the curriculum? Who writes the curriculum? How strictly or how strictly observed or how narrowly is the curriculum formulated in your context, in your country? Can you say about the British education system, how tied are your hands or how flexible are you? Because it may be competence orientated and not knowledge orientated.
Oh, is that back to me? Oh, well, in a UK school system, teachers are very tied by, well, like many teachers all around the world, by examination. You know, I'm very fortunate in that
I don't know about
I
all
work
around
in
the
a
world,
university
but
at the moment.
okay.
Yeah, so
you have a
kind of
knowledge
backwash of,
so you have a knowledge-based curriculum or a competence-based curriculum?
I would say that in the UK it's quite knowledge based, and if you wanted to discuss UK language teaching, then it might not be any knowledge at all, to be honest.
Okay, thank you. Mariana, would you like to take a question? Would you like to answer one of the questions? Yeah, okay. Oh, sorry. I should have asked Ernesto. Sorry. Ernesto.
Thank you very much, Isabel. And
hi.
Hi, how are you? An apology for my camera. Well, first of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Erika Kembe, for this invitation, and to recognize you both for the creation of these north-south spaces for us to think and to talk about ourselves, our teaching, and our students from a critical perspective, a decolonizing perspective. I think that you both are clearly at the forefront of the ELT, particularly teacher research, especially from this perspective. And we together with you. Just an overall reflection about the things that we have seen or heard today. I think that all presentations somehow represent a step forward in rethinking or discussing, probably imagining our role and functions as educators. And for this reason, I also want to thank all the presenters for their brightness and their generosity to share their insights and show the value of something that we have insisted pretty much lately, which is the value, the considering the wider context in our teacher efforts. I think that after hearing all the presentations, by now it's clear that the rational and moral defeat of imperial thinking in ELT, that however is still very much alive, and that is why and expressing, as was mentioned in some of the talks, in some teaching, learning, and speaking norms. And that is why I think it is important to continue fighting. And when I say fighting, I mean rethinking, discussing, imagining ourselves from a decolonized perspective. But, and this is the main point, probably without reproducing these colonizing patterns, what I used to call internal colonization. In other words, without generalizing, essentializing, imposing a single view on things, excluding people, without, as was discussed previously by us, without using the same lexis and grammar, such as the native speaker, Western or English, to refer to realities. And perhaps this is one of the main highlights and takeaways from me. I mean, the importance of not reproducing this internal colonialism, these colonial patterns. Thank you. Thank you very much, Isabel.
Thank you, Ernesto. Can I ask you another question?
Yes, yes, please.
You said that teacher research could break the colonial habitus or the structures. How exactly do you think this can happen? What can we do as teacher educators to help the teachers get there?
Well,
to first have that moment of recognition and then take measures.
I think the proof is in
How
the
do you do it, maybe yourself?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I think that precisely this forum and everything you and Eric do is an example of how, in practice, we can start this dialogue about our own practices, our own patterns of doing and thinking things, and perhaps to start making visible our own ethos, particularly in terms of teaching, learning, and thinking about things. So I think that this forum is pretty much an example of how to decolonize our own practices by starting by decolonizing our own minds and the way we refer to things. Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a new question, maybe for everybody. If this is, yeah, I know. If this is so clear now to us all what we have to do, how come it took us 50 years to come to this realization? Why didn't we see it before? So it must be difficult to discover about your own thinking that something's wrong with it. Else we would have done it before. Why now? What is it now that helps you? And what was it before that made you blind to this particular aspect? This is not a question I expect anybody to answer now, but maybe later. So the last panelist, please. I can't see you on the screen by name, but where? Elspeth? Where is she?
That's me, but I'm usually called Ellie, so I've spoken already. Thank you.
Yeah, you already did. So did everybody? Dr. Njika is here on my list. She just left. Okay. Okay, so maybe we can look at the next. Did follow them up? Would anybody like to continue the discussion? Yeah. Just a moment. I need the prompts again. Yeah, how can teacher education, this goes back to Graham's comment, how can education integrate teacher research into its curriculum? Of what relevance would it be? And how can you as a teacher or teacher educator or head of department change the curriculum or the way that the curriculum is interpreted? If you can't change it, you can reinterpret it. In other words, what do we need to do next? Yeah, Ernesto? Ernesto, please.
Yeah, thank you. Very briefly, I would like to refer back to your other question, which is why now? And I probably have two answers. The first answer is why not? And the second answer is this didn't start with us. I mean, these efforts of decolonizing, even within ELT, it goes back. It goes back in time, particularly in Latin America, but also in Africa. It has a long tradition that it will be important to recover and to establish a dialogue with. I mean, I just have to just to name some names, such as Freire, for example, to talk about these efforts within education. But within ELT, this is something that has been also evolving and has many different efforts that are good, that are worth recovering. Thank you.
Yeah, this is why I said the last 50 years we haven't noticed it. I meant some of us. Obviously, in South America, it started with the theorists that you just mentioned. But it took a while for them to get noticed, particularly by the Global North. Maybe the other panelists would share the moment where you started realizing things, the moment of epiphany, like you said, with a map of Russia and then against the continent of Africa. We all have these moments. Would anybody care to share? Okay. Okay, then we move on. Or back, Graham, please. Your hand raised.
I'll jump in very quickly. I think the emergence of the recognition within ELT is part of a wider recognition within global society of, and this was mentioned throughout many of the sessions this afternoon, about multiple forms of knowledge and multiple stories about the world, and recognition of multiple stories, not just one story anymore. And numerous times people talked about recognizing new centers of knowledge, new forms of knowledge, knowledge that comes from teachers, knowledge that comes from teacher educators, knowledge that come no longer just so-called knowledge from universities, knowledge from all over the world. And I think echoing what Ernesto said about people within the broader field of education, I think this is almost a philosophical trend in the world, that we now recognize diversity in a way that, when I say we, I include myself in that, but society recognizes diversity in a way that it didn't used to, and this is a good thing. And we recognize that the single forms of knowledge and the single stories we were told about language teaching 30, 40 years ago just frankly were nonsense, because English language teaching is...
I agree. Thank you, Graham. Anyone else would like to talk about this or respond? Then let's move to the first question. What do you know about African contexts or African classrooms? Let me just a moment. What do you know about Africa? What do you know about? Okay, go ahead. What do you know about African classrooms and knowledge economy, building from teacher presentations you just heard?
Rebecca, just to say, you keep breaking up a little bit. Could you write that question in the chat box? That we didn't quite catch it.
You can, yeah, go on.
Yes, the question is, what do you know, building from the teacher research presentations that we've listened to, and the teacher educators also shared some knowledge which is from Africa. What, as a whole, do you know about African classrooms from these presentations? And to me, this question is significant because it tells you what to start thinking about if you want to decolonize your own self. So what do you know about the African classrooms? deriving from the presentations of today. The reason for which asking this question is because all the teacher presenters, all the teacher researchers stated the classroom challenge which they're experiencing. And from that challenge, they developed some kind of knowledge, some kind of expertise approach to dealing with these problems, which were not based on the top-down knowledge we give them here in the College of Education. And so is there a possibility that from the problems the teacher expressed, we can have an idea of what African classrooms look like? And could that be one way through which you start decolonizing yourself? That's the question.
Great. Anna, please. Anna?
Yes. I don't know anything about African classrooms because I have never sat in a classroom in Africa. Once I do, then I might claim to know tiny, teensy, weensy little bit. The only thing, the comment I'd like to make about the teacher presentations is that a lot of them face problems that teachers face all over the world. So motivation, not speaking enough English in class, I don't know, things of classroom management issues. But what I really enjoyed today was hearing some solutions which I've never heard before. And I think it would be interesting to actually see them in practice because it's quite difficult to grasp them just from the descriptions. So I thought a lot of what Faustina was doing was really interesting, but it was a lot of different things. And I would need to hear more about them. You know, the English club and all that kind of thing. I like Mercy's comment about the fact that she'd underestimated her students. I thought that was a very honest thing to say. And how pleased she was with the results of what she did. And also the problem that she faces that is faced by people in other parts of the world, which is that English is perhaps a third or fourth language, which is another problem as well. And then Quinta as well, sorry, it's a Spanish word, Quinta, talking about assessments and how she would completely change the way her students were assessed. I thought that was really interesting too. So just to sum up, the problems are common to a lot of people. I certainly don't know what an African classroom is like, but I liked some of the solutions because I felt the solutions I haven't really heard before.
Anna, so these contexts are no longer low resourced and the classrooms are no longer large.
Sorry?
So these classrooms are not situated in a low resource context.
I don't know. Because the solution...
I'm building from your response because the teachers identified problems and they sorted problems in their own ways, not building from any expert knowledge. Therefore, who says these classrooms are found in a low resource context? If the teachers can find solutions just around them, are these not enough resources? Could this not be one way through which we start decolonizing our perception, thinking about the South as found in the low resource context? I'm complimenting what you're saying.
Okay, because I didn't say that I had the impression they were low resource classrooms. I don't know what those classrooms are like. I don't know, but I do know that the teachers found they found solutions and they found them by responding to their learners' needs, which I think is fundamental to all of this.
Thank you. Ellie, please. Ellie, please.
Well, talking about low resource classrooms, I worked as a VSO volunteer in Ethiopia for 2.5 years. When I had a debating club session, we had 400 students participating. I had guest speaker events organized by the students, where again, we had hundreds of students listening. So when you talk about large groups of students or large classes or unresourced circumstances, there are ways of getting. But my setup, my English Language Improvement Center, was a voluntary exercise. Many students coming on each What I learned about the African classroom this afternoon is more related to issues that I have seen in European context or even in Latin America, which is that you usually have a problem of motivating and engaging your classes when you have monolingual groups, because then it's easier for them to switch to the other language. It was a surprise for me to learn that French is such embedded in Cameroon, that French is the source or the first language that they go to, and they do a lot of translanguaging. I'm assuming that translanguaging, when everybody speaks French in the English class, is not exactly the point of the exercise. But what Mercy was doing, and I think this is again something that can be generalized, is that if you find interesting topics for your students, there comes a point when the urge to communicate is stronger than the fear of making mistakes. And that is something that is a takeaway for me. Again, the English Club that we heard about, the Creative English Club, is empowering students to speak English on a voluntary basis, which is something that I noticed, just as well as the competition kind of activities. Yes, I was talking about the translanguaging. Yes.
Could you please speak a little louder?
Yes, yes. Is it better now? I'm just thinking for some reason the volume went down.
Yeah, we can't hear you now. We can't hear you. We can't hear you at all.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. It's better.
Okay,
Could
I'm
you please
sorry.
speak a little louder?
Yes, I'm not going to repeat what I've been saying. Just the last point is that Sandra was saying something about subversive images that I saw in her presentation, and I'm thinking she was meaning something like controversial, so something that creates a debate and engagement. Sometimes we talk about motivation, but more recently we are talking about engagement. Therefore, just getting a reaction and getting a need to communicate, so that the urge to say something, to make a point, is more important. I will stop there. Thank you.
And we have another contributor, Ernesto, you would like to say something, please.
Thank you very much, Isabel. Well, pretty much like Anna, I know very little about the African context. However, I believe that we have been fortunate enough to being offered a glimpse into the teaching and learning African context. And what we have seen is a very successful teaching and learning tradition language teaching and learning tradition that resembles very little to the mainstream pedagogies that are commonly promoted in England and in the US and other contexts. And what we have also seen is that these teachers have embarked themselves into this self-knowledge journey in which they have decided to look at the wider context and criticize their own practices, empowering themselves and pretty much setting up the example for the global South and also the global North, and teachers coming from these traditions of not only criticizing their own practices, but also vindicating their own practices, that they are not afraid any longer to vindicate and to give value to whatever it is they do. And I'm very thankful for that. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernesto. And what you just said is, I think, also backed up by Alan in the chat. What the teacher researchers' presentations demonstrated was the power of human resources. And when we commonly in the Western world encounter the word low resource, we mean from a capitalist or economic perspective, meaning books and technology that you need to buy and spend a lot of money on. But the opposite way of approaching it, like the teachers did, was other two very important resources, and one is toys, meaning the English language, and that is the best toy in your classroom, and the second one being your body and your voice. And then there are other resources which are very poor, by the way, in the global north, and this is discipline in the classroom and cooperation on the part of the students, which I think is much better in most part of the world, other than Germany. Okay, do we have another answer to the first question? Okay, then we move on. Yeah, where do we go from here?
I
Yes.
think that Valentina would like to contribute.
Valentina, please. Where do we go from here? Now we have another project partner on screen. Hi.
Just for a moment, I will jump in, and I would like that I appreciate how the colleagues, the teachers organize their research work according to those 8 steps. And I think that it moves this research work of a teacher, moves teachers to another level, from transmissive to transformative researcher. And to my mind, these teachers can obviously create their own methods or teaching paths. And again, I think this is post-method already. And I think that post-method, I consider, to my mind, it is the highest level of proficiency. And when teachers can really reflect on their practice and build their own teaching path, what these teachers showed us today, this is a great job. Thank you.
Thank you, Valentina. Maybe I can just add that Kumara Vadivelu, who was quoted by one of the presenters earlier today, his post-method pedagogy is widely spread, even if a lot of us have not heard his name. He's been publishing in the field for 20 odd years. And if you do a survey of the literature, you will find that many countries, especially in the Middle East, but also in the global South, are employing this model to transform their teaching. So thank you, Valentina, for pointing us one more time to Kumara Vadivelu.
Thank you.
And we may jump to the, unless Eric, you would like to have the correct order, but I would like to jump to the third question. And also time issues. What are the potentials for sustainable synergy between the practitioners, trainers, and academics, and how can this be fostered? In other words, how do we bundle our forces and act together to achieve more? One of the participants mentioned political constraints, curriculum constraints, but if all these different levels of education work together, we can transform things. How do you do it in concrete terms in your own institution? What recommendations might you have for others on how to go about it who have maybe not reached out to the other levels? Valentina, while we're waiting for the panelists to maybe... Oh, no, Anna is on. Anna, please.
Yeah. I wish I knew the answer is all I can say. I worked for the British Council for almost 30 years, and it was very, very difficult to make changes and to have changes come from the bottom and going up. Extremely difficult. So when somebody has the answer, I will make due note of it. But I think it's I don't know. I mean, there's no reason not to try, but I think it's quite difficult. It has to be a collective effort, obviously.
Yes. And Graham? Graham,
yeah,
please.
I'm going to answer. Sure, I'm going to answer the question in a slightly not very practical way. But I think one of the problems that the field has is the notion of best practice. because best practice implies that there's one answer, and best practice often comes from the center. And I think we need to start thinking, all of us, academics, trainers, and teachers, in terms of appropriate practice of what works, because I'm going to misquote now, but in our field, Henry Widdowson is one of the most academic people, but he would say teaching is the art of the possible. And what's possible in one context is not possible in another. And as soon as we realize we're focusing on what's possible in one context, we revalue knowledge and we revalue practice. And what teachers do becomes more important than currently it is often regarded. So that's a kind of sort of slightly philosophical perspective. But somebody mentioned earlier, we talked in some of the presentations about mindset. There's practicalities here. There's also a mindset of how we see the world. And when we say we, I mean everybody, but particularly people in the global north and people like me. What gets read, what gets published, what's important, all those questions. And it involves flipping the field on its head, I think. Very idealistic, but I think it's necessary.
Thank you, Graham. Ernesto?
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much, Isabel. Well, I think the thing that Graham has just said, I think that is just brilliant, and is perhaps one of the main takeaways that I'm going to have as for this conference. But something that I would, another lesson that I have learned, particularly in my own classroom, is to start to listen, to learn how to listen. I think that is key, as opposed to talk, to start listening. And I think that listening actively, listening for clarifying meaning, listening, it implies to perhaps to ask questions. It implies to establish the message first before reacting to what our interlocutor is saying and things like those. I think that this is also key. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Please, I just want to go back to this rhetoric. How can we foster this partnership? What I notice is that there is already an existing partnership between the practitioner and the students, because they're already engaging in dialogues and listening to one another and finding solutions in their own context. And I feel that what we are doing here is equally creating a circumstance for dialogues equally, in which the practitioner and the educators are negotiating and having some reciprocal feedback on what they're doing. And I would like to build from this to propose a framework which we can try in teacher research. And this is how I see it. If we all agree, then we could try it and see if it works. Because my premise here, my central premise here is that the practitioner has a lot of things to deal with, and teacher research is just another kind of thing he has to struggle with. So the current practitioner, teacher research is not ingrained in his direct practices. And so to make it a professional behavior in ways that we can have sustainable outcomes and sustainable results and have more transformative power, this is what I'm thinking about. One, a teacher educator liaises with a seasoned practitioner, teacher researcher, to support pre-service teachers doing practicum, to reflect on their practices. And this at the same, and I feel that if we do this, there is a possibility that the pre-service teachers will start questioning what is it that was taught in the pre-service education that is not practical in my classroom. And if these questions continue, the pre-service teacher finds practical solutions to her problem, and that becomes a behavior by the time she gets into in-service. Graham, if all of you agree, then I will establish this network and we try out something because our pre-service teachers are going out for teaching practice in January. My boss is nodding his head. Let me give him the microphone.
I totally agree with you, Eric. That we can
I'll go.
Hello?
Let's go to
I
Cameroon.
totally agree with Eric that yeah, sorry, thank you. I totally agree with Eric that we can experiment this. I think that this will be the first time that we're trying to do this. And so we see how our students, teachers in training who are currently here, January to go out for teaching practice, how they can accommodate this and see how they can see what is it that will give them here that is generally not currently practiced in the field. And I think it is most of the time the case where we have had divergences between our former students who are now well-seasoned professionals in the field. When we go to evaluate students, we see some differences in terms of approach and so on and so forth. And I think this cross-fertilization will help reinforce one another. And I think it's a good thing to try, Eric. Yeah.
Okay.
One more thing I would like to address, particularly to the students, when referring back to your comment, what if the teacher realizes that their solutions are something that they never were taught at university? Then I would propose that that teacher seriously thinks about becoming a university lecturer and introducing that topic into the next department, and that university lecturer seriously thinks about becoming a professor to make programs, and then possibly move on to the ministry and there probably rewrite the curriculum. And this is something which is not a dream, it's something that I actually did. I rewrote a curriculum. I never thought I would ever get to that point. I never planned it. My CV is a mess. It goes zigzag all over the place. I just happened to land there. And when the chance came, our ministry called out to volunteer professors who would contribute to the new curriculum. I went and did it. So if I can do it, you can do it.
Okay. Before I give back the microphone to Professor Isabel to wrap up to have a last interaction with the panelists, I see that almost everyone is in support with the framework I'm proposing, and so I'll be sending you an individual email, indicating how I've established the link between the northern expert. Let me use expert because we are dealing here with teacher research. The northern expert, the southern experts, and the pre-service teachers. And then I give a brief description of this framework and how we want to see it flourish, and with potential axis of learning about its outcome. Maybe we could develop a bigger project from there on how to establish or how to introduce research in pre-service education. I don't know if this makes sense. Okay.
Eric,
so,
sorry, I've just got a note to say that Mariana, who's with us, would have liked to say something.
Of course.
If Mariana can hear us.
Mariana, please, would you like to comment?
Okay. Well, good morning, good afternoon, everyone.
You're very quiet, Mariana. Can you please turn up the volume or get closer to the microphone?
Yes, can you hear me better now? Is it okay?
A little bit.
A little bit, all right. Well, just I was saying good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity. I have been listening to the questions and answers and just a few presentations, but congratulations on what you are doing, because it's great, and I believe in teacher research. Absolutely. Here Anna and Ellie and Ernesto, Eric as well. I have been working with them in different projects, and congratulations. It's a great job what you are doing, and you can count on me for whatever you want. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mariana.
Okay, so Mariana, thank you so much. Mariana, Jennifer, Ellie, Graham, Ernesto, Anna, I'll each be sending you the mapping of this experiment in a few days, including the local actors. So we see how this can become a model for integrating teacher research in pre-service education without confronting structures. Okay, so I'll hand back the microphone to Professor Isabel to close the panel discussion, unless the on-site participants have a question.
I think we all heard what the panelists said, and there's a lot of new input or reflection and questions than we had answers today. But I think this is the nature of decolonial praxis, is that you uncover more and more questions as you find one. I would also like to wrap it up saying this path, as I said before, is messy and painful, or can be, and it is harder to do it on your own than with a united team. And if you don't have a united team, find one or two allies with whom to develop these ideas. This is what worked in my case. I was alone for a very long time, and all of a sudden, partners pop up from all over the place, you know. Like somebody said before, if you do something which is good for you, the others will look and ask you how and what. So I would maybe now ask the students or our other guests who are here, would you please share your thoughts or questions with us in the last 2 minutes? We don't have much time. Yes, please. Oh no, they're making selfies. I thought there was.
If you have a question or a comment.
Remember what I said about being more brave and assuming the next role. Can somebody speak to me?
Who is?
I can see some students who spoke to me before. So will you speak to me again?
Who's willing to say? Anyone? Okay.
Not today, next time.
Okay.
Okay, we'll have it next time. So thank you very much to the panelists, also for being flexible about our changing timetable here, but we're finishing sort of on time, and Eric will have the last word.
Yep.
Go on.
Thank you so very much for accepting our invitation. Anna, Ernesto, Graham, and Ellie, we're so honored to have you here, and I'm sure that our pre-service teachers and practitioners here present have gained a lot from your insights and from the ongoing discussion. Please, can we give them a round of applause? That was a sustainable round of applause, a lengthy one. Thank you so much. We also want to thank you for your patience. We know sometimes it's very unusual to keep people sitting down for more than 4 hours, but you were here, and I think that's because the discussion was so engaging. I thank you so much for your patience. We thank our presenters, the teacher researchers, and the teacher educators, and we thank our bosses, our chairs, our departmental chairs, for having thought of this and for making it happen. Maybe they want to have the last word before we say goodbye to our friends who have been online throughout.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Isabel and Eric have done the expert part, you know, the technical part. I think now we would not really leave without saying, on behalf of the department, we want to thank everyone that was able to be here to make all this wonderful input. And above all, we want to thank the director of ENS Yaoundé, who received Isabel the first day she came here, and was so encouraging and positive about your project and your stay here in Cameroon. And she look forward to receiving a report of this day to see how far we can go. So I think, thank you so much for everybody our participants from abroad. We are very happy for your input, and we are hopeful that we can continue this collaboration further. Thank you so much. Yeah.
One last word. Now that the present is looking good, I would also like to say that the future is looking good also, because I was monitoring the audience all the time. And I can say I took some photos so I can prove empirical evidence. At the beginning, 80% were on their phones and 20% were listening. At the end, it was the other way around. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Isabel. I want to express sincere gratitude to Jennifer Law. Jennifer, can you raise your hand here, please? Please, can we give Jennifer another round of applause? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Eric. And really, I should be saying thank you on behalf of Transform ELT. We've got Alan Pulvinus with us here today, who's one of the
I was going to
lecturers.
talk about Alan.
Yeah, but thank you anyway. It's been my pleasure.
Yes, Alan, can you raise your hand so everyone sees you? Alan and Jennifer have been with us in this teacher research project for more than a year and supporting Cameroonian teachers, Malian and Congolese teachers in teacher research, providing the online resources for us to disseminate the knowledge we were creating. So we thank you so much, and they've been very, very supportive. This is the energy that we got behind everything that we're doing, and I hope that together we'll do better things, Alan and Jen. And this is all on behalf of Transform ELT. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Mariana. Mariana is one of the people championing the cause of teacher research on a global agenda. And I'm happy that she's here monitoring what we're doing. I'm sure she'll go back with a smile on her face. Mariana, next meeting. So thank you so very much for all your patience. Thank you, the panelists. We give everyone a round of applause for a good job done. Thank you. And we hope to meet again when we establish this partnership. We'll meet again to share the outcomes. Thank you and bye-bye.